Okay, so now we're to this section of things, hi again, that I forgot. That are kind of poignant, and I should probably tell just all the things. And forgive me if I said them already. I'll try to watch through many hours and edit it for you guys. So God seems to reach out to me through dreams, and I don't, ever since I was little, you guys. So I had like 3 dreams. One, I was really little, but it's super vivid, like I remember it. And then I remember I had a similar dream. It wasn't an exact repeat, but it was again a similar dream, similar circumstances, but it wasn't identical, when I was young. And we were living in the house that was kind of haunted, I guess you could say. Things were happening. And then I was in, I don't think I was quite in high school, middle school. I don't know. You guys, I went to a Christian school. It was K through 12. So it's all kind of school to me. And it wasn't 7th grade, I don't think. Anyways, my grandpa was a pastor in Kentucky. And he had come out of retirement back into the ministry. That seems to be a thing with pastors sometimes. And so I'll start with the dreams when I was little. Like, it was like between kindergarten and 3rd grade. So I had 2 dreams that were similar but not identical. And basically this very scary witch was chasing me. And I was in, I don't know, you probably consider it a dining room, because it was like the living room, the front door, and what I guess I would consider a dining room. We kind of kept it empty. It's not, no, I think for a while we had a table there. I don't know, it felt empty in the dream. I just remember the dream very vividly. And I was playing in there, and my grandparents, my parents, so it was basically like a big circle. So here's the living room, and then the stairs to go upstairs. And then here's the front door and the dining room. And then you would go from the dining room into a small kitchen and like a back mud room kind of a thing outside to the backyard. And then the bathroom, and I might have already told this, but it was like a wood furnace. It was like a wood stove, and it was built on bricks, on top of bricks that it sat on. And I actually cracked my head open, spinning around and around and around. My mom kept telling me to stop, but I didn't, and I fell and supposedly cracked my head open, and she had to take me to the hospital. I don't know, I don't actually remember that. So, I don't know. Yeah, so my grandparents and my parents were playing like cards, or I think backgammon might have been the one tabletop game that they would play too at that time. Mostly they would play cards, but I think they were playing backgammon, I think it was back then. I don't know how to play backgammon, but anyways, in that room was the stairs to the basement. So I was playing, I'm an only child, grew up an only child, so I was just playing all by myself. I'm used to occupying and, you know, I forget what you would call that. You know, keep myself company. You would say that, but I would just play all by myself and occupy myself. I don't know. Self-soothing. I don't know. There's probably a word I'm looking for. Y'all probably know it, but so I was playing in there, and it was dark. I mean, there's lights from that dining room, and I think the living room lights were on, but it was dark in there, and I was just playing, and the witch had come out from behind the curtains. We had like kind of floor to ceiling curtains, and I ran into my grandparents and my parents, and I was telling them this witch was chasing me, trying to get me, and they came and looked, this was a dream, mind you. They came and looked, and I'm like, well, she's behind the curtains. Well, they looked and they didn't see this witch. And I was like, honest, like I'm being honest. I'm not making it up. Like, there was a witch. And they're like, oh, okay. You know, they went back to playing. And then she came out from the curtains again. And then I remember waking up and just being so scared. And then I had a similar dream. It wasn't identical, but again, I was playing off by myself in that room, and the witch would come from behind the curtains. And I think in that dream, my parents, my grandpa's like, you know, you'll be okay. Like, I think they didn't quite believe me, because at that point it was kind of like the girl who cried wolf kind of a thing. But yeah, that has stuck with me my entire life. Well, it continued when I was in probably middle school, possibly 7th grade. It was before 7th grade. Probably like 5th, 6th grade. But, so my grandparents had their main bedroom downstairs. Very nice place in Kentucky. Although it was right by the railroad tracks. And then upstairs were 2 rooms and a bathroom. And I was in the one spare room on a pull-out. My grandma, I slept on this ever since I was little, so I was used to it. It was like a sofa, and it was a pull-out sofa. Not very comfortable, but I was sleeping there. And yeah, so I had a dream that, again, this same witch that bothered me when I was a little girl, came out from the closet that was there, and I woke up terrified. It's like, okay, it's just a dream. Probably 5 minutes passed, and then she came out of the closet again, and then I woke up. So it was kind of like a dream within a dream. Luckily, I haven't had that same dream since, but I was like, that's so weird. It's that same witch bothering me. Don't know the meaning of it. And I had another one that I've always remembered. It's why I don't like mantle clocks, although I kind of want to get one to cure myself of this. But when I was, the same time I had the witch, same grade, I actually had 2 dreams. One had a snake in it, but I actually like snakes now. So I kind of dismissed that one. It's kind of like this hole in the ground, and then there was a snake on it, come out of it and stuff, and that was scary. But the mantle clock, I remember being in that room with the wood stove. And my parents didn't have furniture in that room, so I don't know why I dreamt it this way, but there was, like 3 different sofas around the room in that room. And there was kind of like shelves that were up there, and there was a fireplace. It wasn't the wood stove, but it's like there was a fireplace in the wall, and then there's a mantle over that, and it had like a mantle clock on it. And so people were sitting, I can't even remember the people that were in it. I think my parents, probably my grandparents. I just don't fully remember that detail of it. I was little. And whenever someone would get off the couch and step on the floor, for some reason that clock made them die and disappear forever. And so that's always bothered me. So I just always had a weird, avoidance with mantle clocks. Little kid dreams, I don't know. So, yeah, so I just think it's very weird, the dream within a dream. And it's the same witch bothering me, So there's that. Other ways God has spoken to me through dreams. So Dale and I had lived with the kids in another place we've only lived here a few years. It was 2018, the year Ursula died. We moved here in August, and she died the end of October. It was like the end of August, beginning of September when we moved here. So not that long. So it'd be 6 years now. So probably 11 years we lived over town by the courthouse, and I had a dream that my ex had broken into the house. And I had this dream twice. And I was certain that he had broken into the house, certain, but I I was running around trying to prove it, but couldn't, but I knew things were off. And I tried to tell Dale, but he was like, oh, okay, you know, dismissing me, I guess. And yeah, so I had those two dreams, probably. In that dream, though, wait, really quick, I have to tell you, in that dream, so when Dale and I, at some point when we were over there, oh gosh, okay, so when I left my ex, I was trying to leave. Oh gosh, it's such a long story. Okay, so we have to go back some more. I was trying to leave him. It's the whole thing where God had spoken to me. I'll get to that story down the road, and he had said, jump. And I could hear it audibly, but I knew no one else could hear it but me. And I knew it was God. It wasn't anybody else. I just knew. It was kind of loud audibly in my head, and like, jump. And I was like, I knew it wasn't literal. I knew it meant jump, take a leap of faith. It'll be okay. And that was about moving out. So I did. I apartment searched, and I viewed a few places, and I left. I got a place. It was so nice. It had an extra room for the kids, and then my room, and it had a yard. And yeah, it was really nice. So I left, and God took care of everything. You know, got my divorce, all that stuff. I had to pay for it. I had to let him keep the kids because I knew that was his contentious point. Didn't really, to me, have all that much to do with me as much as the kids. He wanted to control the kids, so I left them in his custody, which came back to bite me a little bit. Why'd you leave the kids when you go to court? But anyways, I knew I had to take that step, just do it fast. My lawyer was super nice. Knew a kid I had gone to school with, and I think he kind of felt what was going on. He only charged me $500 because we weren't fighting over anything. It was my stuff, his stuff. It's always been that way. My stuff, your stuff. I just want what's mine. And I had my albums and everything, my scrapbook albums. Oh, you guys, I had thousands of dollars in stickers and paper and, you know, bags on wheels and albums and thousands of dollars. So I was in a scrapbook group, and we took trips to Pittsburgh and everything else. So it was my hobby, and it's kind of like all I had that was like a hobby at the time. So I move into my place in Russell, which is nearby, and yeah, so then I guess this whole thing, you know, and then Dale and I had gotten together, and my ex had called me. Well, I still have the voicemail on my phone of my son. He was only 5 years old. And he was saying, you know, Mommy, hi Mommy. And he sounded very upset. And he's like, hi Mommy, I hope you're not dead.
Hi Mommy, this is from my body. I guess your car at work. Well, I was going to see you with Daddy, but shut up, honey. I don't want you to call me. I hope you're not dead.
And okay, love your little buddy. He used to call himself, love your little buddy, bye. And I could hear his dad talking in the background like he was coaching him. I actually played that for a police officer, and they were going to use it in court, but that's a whole nother story. Because I've saved it. I still have it. My son's 21. I still have it. And so then he would call me and be like, I'm gonna take my own life. If you don't come back to me, I'm gonna take Dale's life, and I'm gonna do it by, I'm trying to YouTube restrictions word it. I'm gonna do it by running my vehicle into a semi. And I thought, because of the high-speed police chase with my daughter handcuffed in the car when she was 5, you kind of take them seriously. I mean, what if you don't? And I was like, okay, so he's gonna hurt himself, he's gonna hurt Dale, and he's gonna hurt some random stranger. And so I felt like I had to go back. Like I had to just break things off for the good of everybody, and I had to go back. I didn't have a choice. I had to save people. It wasn't their fault that I was with some crazy guy. And, you know, he's putting my kids at, well, oh, you guys. And he had, because he was so angry that I was with Dale. I had told my daughter about Dale. And my daughter called, panicked, absolutely terrified, because her dad had threatened to, you know, I don't want to say, I mean beat, but spank Eric like horribly. And just, there's 7 years between my daughter and my son, so she was like 13, and Eric was like 5. And just, you know, spank the daylights out of him, I guess I should say, if she didn't tell who I was seeing. And so she told, and then she was traumatized, you know, I'm so sorry. I'm like, Cassie, it's okay. It's all right. You saved your brother. It's okay. I understand. It's not a problem. I shouldn't put her in that position. Didn't think he'd go to that point. He's a narcissist. Probably a sociopathic narcissist. And so, yeah, so he was just angry. And so he's, you know, putting my kids in this position, and, you know, having my son call all undone. I hope you're not dead, you know, and so I just felt like I had to go back. And so I did. I'm like, well then you clean the apartment, you move all my stuff while I'm at work, and he did. So I could get my security deposit back, all of that. And so everything back in there. And then I just, it was so vile to me to be back there. Like, I didn't want him to touch me, kiss me. Ugh. Like, it was just vile to me, like nauseating. And I was missing Dale. He was kind of going through that too. What I told my mom, which I guess is a good thing in a way, sometimes she could be okay. Of course, then she goes and tells my ex's probation officer, and the head of probation that Dale had worked for, so they knew Dale very well. And they had gotten Dale to come into Walmart when I was working there and say, it's okay I mean, it would be helpful if you in court, you know, told what is happening, but how he's, you know, manipulating, terrorizing you. But even if you don't, we're going forward with this based on what your mom said. And it's so funny, you know, and they put Dale up to telling me, and I was like you don't understand. It's not like so set this thing up where, you know, they were keeping me informed on what they were gonna do, and it was like the day of, and I had like anxiety, right? And I was gonna be at work when they did it, when they did their probation call or whatever. But that morning he had read my horoscope to me, and it was like word, I was like, it's like he knew. And I was like, what? Like, what do you mean? Like, I got kind of undone because I was like, how do you know? And he's like, what? It's your horoscope. And it dawned on me that it was like God. And I was like, oh my gosh. Like, that was so, I can't even remember the wording of it, but it was literally like so, oh my gosh, like, how do you know? Like, who tipped you off? How do you know? It was weird. It was a weird moment. I'll never forget the panic that I felt at that minute. Well, then I went to work, got the call that they picked him up and all of that. He was vehemently angry. And at the time, Dale was living at his mom's house, and she was in Florida. He was living at his mom's house by himself. And, yeah, so he didn't want me to be alone, but yet my ex's son, which is my stepson, was living in the house. We didn't want to leave him alone. It was weird. It was a weird place to be. So it's like Dale would come and stay with us there overnight. But I felt bad for AJ, thinking, oh, he's like in this weird position. It feels weird because this is my ex's house. It just feels weird. And I just kept feeling God telling me, hurry, hurry. So I was trying to move all my stuff out. But it was just such a heavy, almost depressive, like hurry, like the sense of urgency. I just couldn't do it for too long. Like, I would bring over so much stuff, and then it's like I couldn't do it anymore because it was just so like intense and oppressive almost. And I hadn't quite moved out some stuff. I still wanted, we'd had someone come and help because I kept telling Dale, I keep feeling hurry. I feel like God is telling me to hurry. And so he had a friend that he was working with come and help, but I didn't want this guy to take these scrapbook albums. I mean, probably 20 scrapbook albums, but it was like my kids' baby pictures and growing up. And I didn't want him to accidentally, like, you know, bend things or, you know, scuff them up or something get ruined or, you know. So I wanted to take those myself. Well, put some clothes in the laundry and had left. Next thing I know, like, AJ's calling. And my ex had called his dad. AJ must have said something to him. And of course, at that time, well, not quite yet, but AJ had called and said, you know, Grandpa came over and changed the locks on the house. I was like, okay. And then he was kind of nervous about, he didn't want me to come back in. I was like, well, can I have like my stuff? Like, you can hand it to me. And he was like, I don't want Grandpa to get mad. I was like, okay. And then I was like, this kid is still in high school. Like, I don't want to leave him alone. He's not old enough. I mean, it's not like he's 18 to be, it was just this weird place where it just felt wrong in so many places, but my albums were still in there. And I said, well, can you at least meet us down at the school, which was down the street, with the clothes that are in the washer dryer? Can I at least have the clothes? He did. He took them out of the washer dryer, put them in a garbage bag, and brought them to us. I was like, thank you. I appreciate that. Well, then at some point, like, he had my stepson, like, he was like it was all my fault. And I was like, it's technically grandma. Like, I didn't do it, and they were going to do it without me anyway. It wasn't me. But of course, he spun it, so it was all my fault and made AJ hate me. Because we had tried to get AJ to come live with us when we had gotten our place. It's like these people were moving out, and so Dale called the landlord because he worked for a furniture store at the time, and so he had moved furniture and had seen it, and it was nice, and so he called the landlord and he got in this place. Just the timing, it's God thing. and AJ just, he was angry, he didn't want to come live with us. Okay, I get it. Said awful, terrible, horrible things, which we get along great now. He considers me like a mom still. His real mom had passed away when I was still living there. So at some point, my ex decides that he's going to, and every so often he will find things that belong to me that he didn't sell. He sold all my scrapbook stuff. I don't have the heart to reinvest all that. He sold all my stamping. Like, I had a ton of stamping supplies for card making. Just bought them all. My thousands of dollars of stuff in scrapbooking, he sold it all. He sold my food processor, my KitchenAid food processor that I bought. Just some other things. And so every so often and my mom does this stupid stuff too, like every so often he brings me stuff like, do you want this? And so I always say yeah, and then if I want to throw it away, I throw it away. And most of it I throw away anyway. But at some point he had come over there and said that God wanted him to give me these photo albums, the kids. And sure enough, every single photo album. I'm sure he had taken pictures or whatever he needed to do to make copies of them. So he gave them back to me. Well, then I had these 2 dreams, which are premonitions, basically. I think it was God warning me. Because after those dreams, I was like, he's gonna take these baby albums. Like, I knew it. Like, he was so focused on their actual baby albums. From like birth to a year kind of a thing. And I knew it. I knew it from the dream, and I just knew it. And so I had taken those 2 albums, those 2 baby albums, and I had gone up to the attic, and I was like, oh, it's hot up here. You really shouldn't be in this like heat, because I mean, you start to sweat up there. It gets so hot. And then the cold, I don't think would really bother him, the winter cold. Well, then in this attic that was up there was like a room, and it was an unfinished portion, and it was like wood slats and everything. Like, the part that we had all of our stuff in was finished, had carpet and paint. I mean, granted, it wasn't beautiful or anything. It was like purple. I would never paint it purple. It was kind of like this, like cheap rug kind of thing. But at least that part was finished. And Eric used to put gaming stuff up there and play up there, and then we stored some stuff. But I had opened that door, and I was like, I feel like, what if there are mice, or I knew there were chipmunks. You could hear them in the bathroom. I was like, chipmunks are going to like chew on these. I don't want these albums destroyed. So I remember shutting the door and thinking, I'm probably just overreacting. I'm just probably worried about it. And so my mind is creating these dreams. Probably 6 months later, a sheriff, supposedly this guy who was like working with my ex at the time, because he's a contractor, aren't they all? He's a contractor. And he's working and I guess my ex with his big fat mouth had to tell him that he had broken in and stolen Dale's lighter. And so this guy was too afraid to testify, but still told this trooper. And so the trooper told Dale, and Dale looked around, and sure enough, he was missing the lighter, but it was like, whatever. Well, then it dawned on me, and I was like, these baby albums. And I kept them under the bed. Sure enough, they were missing. And I was like, I had that feeling. I thought about hiding them, but I was like, where was I going to hide them? I think I had even gone into the basement and contemplated that, but then came upstairs and put them back under the bed. And now I kind of still question myself. I'm like, did I leave them in that thing in the attic? Because I think once I realized they were stolen, I looked in the basement and I looked in the attic and I couldn't find them. But you know how you get so used to being gaslighted? You know, you're crazy, you're making this stuff up. And no, you weren't, but they convince you into believing that you did. And it's all in your head. And so then I'm like, did I make this all up? Because I remember looking around for a place to hide them. Did I hide them and I forgot to bring them? And then I finally just had to let it go and give it to God and be like, okay. I still have the negatives of the pictures. I would have to completely remake the albums, but I at least have the pictures on film, like CDs and stuff. So I at least have the pictures. And I had said to him at one point, I said, you know, if you ever, like, I know you have these. I just know that you do. And hopefully, you know, at some point God tells you to give them back to me, but don't do anything with them. If something happens to you, can you at least make sure AJ knows where they are and AJ can get them to me? And then, of course, he pretends he has no idea in him. But he gets that poop-eating grin on his face, like when he was telling me about Steve Irwin. And I was like, that's how I know you're a liar, because I can tell. Because you get that eating grin on your face. So that was dreams that actually became premonitions. And then I told Ursula about it. And so they like to hunt and everything. And so they had trail cams. And when we would go on vacation and stuff, she helped me set up trail cams, but we didn't really catch anything. Yeah, so that was a dream that I had, or, you know, actual premonitions. When I was in the 7th grade, remember how I said when I was in the 4th grade, if we did this play and I felt like God was calling me to be a missionary to Africa, like David Livingstone. I was kind of obsessed with all the African things. African elephants, specifically African elephants, not, you know, Asian elephants with the freckles and small ears, but the actual all solid gray African elephants with the big Dumbo ears. They're my favorite. I bought Africa books. I watched so many different Africa movies. Like, I was obsessed with Africa. Like, it filled this space inside of me. Well, I had a dream about being a missionary to Africa when I was in the 7th grade. And I woke up and I started writing a book. And I still have that book. It's in a fire safe box. And it was kind of from that dream and just things that movies I had seen and things that I thought that the experience would be like for David Livingstone way back when, and then maybe me modern day and stuff. And, you know, kids at school would read it, had them signed in the back, and they wrote really nice things. But I remember in that dream, who knows, I probably watched Girls in the Midst at the time, and she was macheted. Diane Fossey. And I was pretty sure that's how I was going to die. And I remember telling God, I'm not saying no, I'm saying wait. Just wait. I know not to tell you no. I don't want you to... I'm honored that you would ask me, but I'm scared, so just wait for me to be okay with it. So that was a dream that I had. You guys, this gonna sound crazy. About 6 months before Lee came to visit, I actually had a dream he visited. I think that was part of my shock when I opened the door and he was actually standing there, and I was like, is that like a premonition? Like that he was actually gonna visit? Like, how weird is that? Like, that's so weird to me. I literally had a dream about it and thought, I was dumbfounded, I guess. Like, what? Like, this is actually really happening? Like, like, I just had this initial, like, dumbfounded, I can't believe, like, did I have it yet another premonition? Was God telling me something? And I just, I never thought in a million years that we would ever actually connect in person. I mean, he lives in the UK, I live here. Like, that just, I'm just like, okay, that's never gonna happen. Although, when he was last year, well, not actually 2024, but 2023, when he was in Canada, and he was like Toronto, but I think he was at Niagara Falls, if I'm not mistaken. I only live like 3 hours from the Rainbow Bridge there, Niagara Falls, Canada. But I didn't have the $100 to get a passport and jump. At the time, Dale still had his, or maybe no, I think his passport had expired at that point. He'd waited too long to renew it. And so, like, $200, no. And then I thought about asking him if he wanted to meet, like, right across the bridge on the American side. And I was like, no, I don't want to impose on his plan and everything, because he has this, like, schedule of things. And I was like, no, it's okay. Like, I was this close to asking, but I was like, no, I don't want to put him out like that. But it would have been fun. Isn't that weird? Like, I still think that's weird. I mean, it wasn't like, it was just, I just had a dream he was going to visit. It was so weird. Nothing specifically, just, I don't know, it was weird. I can't explain it. So in Ursula's story, I'll tell you about a dream that I had that she and the other girl that I was friends with at the time, they were aware of me in the dream, call it dream travel. I was unaware of them in that dream, and it was the second time. It's like a week before Ursula died. That was the second time I've had a dream where I was literally fighting Satan. I was too busy in that dream to even know that they were there. I mean, I was full on battling Satan. Rose, are you Satan? Like, why are you responding to that? I mean, I was like angry, like I was yelling at Satan, to the point that I don't really snore hardly ever. Dale can tell you stop. Hardly ever snore. It's rare unless maybe I have a cold or something. Can't breathe. I don't know. Or super tired. Usually I'll drool when I'm really tired. I don't really talk in my dreams. My daughter, when she was little, sleptwalked. I don't think she does that anymore. It was really weird. I'm sorry to bunny trail, but it was really weird. Like, I was in the bathroom getting ready, and she come in the bathroom, and she had this like weird, almost zombie look on her face. I was like, Cassie. And, and I was like, it was bizarre. It kind of scared me a little bit. I was like, Cassie, go to bed. And then she turned around and went to bed, and I was like, yeah. But yeah, she didn't do that too much. A little bit, but yeah, so it was enough that I woke Dale up, and he was like, woke me up, and he's like, are you okay? And I was like, I was yelling at Satan. Like, I hate him so much, like I'm ready to take him on. And that was the second time that I had done that in a dream. But but this girl had told me about the dream, and Ursula said, I had a dream about you. Are you okay? Like, I still had those text messages. And I was like, yeah, why? I knew that she would never tell you. If she saw something, you would watch her zone out. If she saw something, she wouldn't tell you for fear that it would change the choices that you make. So she said, oh, I was just worried about you. I don't really remember. But it was just that reasons why I had to go and you had to stay. You guys, this was like a week before she died, and I never took her seriously. I guess I didn't want to, because in my mind that wasn't even kind of like the dream with Lee. It wasn't even possible in my mind. Like Ursula wasn't ever going anywhere, so I was like, oh, okay. Yeah, but reasons why, and it sticks with me now, like reasons why. She's like, I don't remember the specifics on the reasons why, you know, I have to go and you need to stay. And I know it has to do with right now. I know it does. I know that she saw things play out a little bit. She just wanted to make sure I was okay. I was like, yeah, I'm okay. So then there's that dream. So I literally, spiritual warfare, Satan, not a demon, like Satan, Lucifer in my dreams. Like, and I'm serious. Like, I get really hardcore bent out of shape. Like, I'm ready to fight. Like, I don't know what that is. Like, I'm ready. I'm not scared. I'm like, I got this. Like, move out of the way. I'm ready to like take him on. So another dream that I had, you guys, and I know that this was God. So we had these, I'm going to try not to get emotional about this. So we had these stray cats that I've been taking care of. CJ was one of them, Tater's one of them. Well, they all were one of them except Gingy. That was Eric's ex-girlfriend, was desperate. You know, her dad was making her get rid of him and she didn't know. She wanted somebody she knew to take him, and so we took him. All the other ones are rescues from my porch, literally all of them. And so we had this one out there, and Dale talked about bringing him in. It was Cheeto. He's a Manx. He was an orange Manx. And I say was. So I'll tell you the story of Cheeto. Sorry, this is going to be the world's longest video, but I don't know. Maybe somebody needs to hear this, but it's part of the dream. Like, I can't make this stuff up. And again, it's going to show you God and how compassionate and gentle he is and loving. So Cheeto was just this, he had no tail, he just had this like little nub. And I'll see if I can't insert the video of Cheeto.
He's playing with something in the driveway. So cute. He runs and jumps. What's your next move, buddy?
Cheeto. Cheeto Bandito. Yeah. What a good boy. What a good boy. Yeah. It's super hot. Oh my. Yeah, Cheeto Bandito. Yeah, my beautiful Cheetos. I'll try to insert some videos or some pictures too along the way. So if you see those. So the reason why, except with the exception of CJ and Tater, I mean, we actually picked them up and brought them in. But I've opened the door and these cats come in. Like all the ones that are out there now, except the little ones. Like Tater's brother, and I mean but the girls like Salem and Tabitha and Midnight, which I haven't seen her for a long time, they just walked right in the house. And so it's like I open the back door and they come in. And Cheeto, he had walked in and he was just walking around and he found this little red ball and he was playing with it, and he's just a little squirt. And he was playing with it. I was like, okay, Cheeto, time to go back outside. And he plopped himself down. Like, I'm not going anywhere, I'm staying. And he's just a sweet guy. Manx usually are. I've never met a Manx that wasn't a sweetheart. And yeah, so threw the ball out, he went out. Wish we'd have kept him at that point. And then when I would feed them in the summer, like I'd be like, Cheeto, and he would hear me and he would come running across the yards over and come up, and he always let me pet him. He's just a sweet guy. But I'll never forget him like running, like galloping, like hurrying, crossing. Like Charcoal out there will do that too. Yeah, so I posted them all on Facebook thinking, it was October, thinking I wanted these guys to find homes. I didn't want them to reproduce. I don't have, I mean, there was 14 out there at the time. I mean, and that I can pet all of them. Well, except Midnight, but you know, she hasn't been around for a long time. Or the occasional once in a while strays that kind of knew us. So he was sitting out there. I normally feed them at like 4 or 5 o'clock when I get off, 4:30, 5 o'clock when I get off work. And I looked out the window and Cheeto, I'll put up the picture. But Cheeto's sitting, when I look out the window, he's sitting on the doorstep, looking up at me. He waited for 2 hours, you guys, because this girl didn't get off work until like 7, well, 2.5-ish hours. It was like 7:30. And I knew in order to get them, I had to feed them. That's when they're most receptive to touch or being picked up. And so that's how I've been doing it. And so I've rehomed some. And Cheeto, someone actually wanted Cheeto. And He was like a year old. And I thought, oh, good for you, Cheeto. Like, we kind of wanted him, but we were taking Tater at the exact same time. And it was like, well, these people had lost their orange Manx, and they were just in tears, excited. And I was like, this feels good, but it bothered me that they had dogs. And I was like, Cheeto's not used to dogs. Like, he's a stray. I'm not sure how I feel about that. I'm telling you guys, listen to your gut. Like, every single time I downplay and dismiss my gut feelings, I regret it. And I regret it. No, the dogs didn't hurt him. I guess they're very friendly, and they were used to the other cat, and they have another cat. And Cheeto's so super friendly. Like, he was friendly with neighbors down the street. Like, he's just a friendly guy. But he's still stray. And so I went out there, took the canned food out there, and I had this method where it bothered me too that she had a soft-sided carrier. And I was like, oh, this is, you know, you pick it up and I was like, it's going to be okay. And, oh, they get so excited with the canned food. I take 2 cans and I split them up in between that many cats so they get a spoonful and they're happy, you know, and then we give them dry food too. They just so look forward to that treat. And so I had this little plastic bowl and I put his in there and I put it in the carrier, and he's right beside me, and I picked him up. He let me pick him up, and I put him in the crate, and he's eating it. I zipped it up, and I picked up the crate, and then he started like freaking out. And that just like kills me. And I thought, oh, he feels betrayed. Like, I'm sorry, Cheeto. Like, it's going to be okay. Like, you're going to have a happy life, a happy home. They're going to be able to do more for you than I can because I have so many of you. Like, I need help. And, you know, they're going to love you. They were in tears. They're excited to get you. And Dale carried him out there. He threw the food everywhere. And I felt so bad about it because he'd waited. You guys, I care. Like, animals have feelings. It's just like with my stuffed animals. Like, they're innocent and they don't deserve. There's a movie with Will Smith, and it's based on a true story, and it's this guy and his kid, and they're homeless. Something about 7 pounds or something like that. And when the kid is crossing the street, it's his only possession. It destroys me every time. They have to hurry, or they're gonna miss having a place in a shelter, and they don't want to be out there all night. And I get why the dad did it. They were crossing the street, the kid dropped his stuffed animal or something. It was like his only possession. That's all the kid had. And he couldn't pick it up. They didn't have time, and they barely made it. They almost didn't make it. And if he would have stopped and picked it up, they wouldn't made it. It destroyed me. It still destroys me every time. So when we went to Disney and we had to hurry to meet the tram, Eric had a sticker and he dropped it. I'll be gosh darn if I was gonna let 7 pounds come into play. I was like, I stopped and I was like, I don't care if I have to walk back to the hotel. I don't care if we have to call a cab. We're getting the sticker. Like, that's not happening. And so Eric got the sticker and we made it. It was fine. But, you know, Dale's like, I'm like, I don't care. like I have lines that I draw sometimes, and that was a line. So it destroys me because he waited so patiently and he was so excited in his face. I will never get the picture of his face out of my head. And they took off with him, and I cried and I cried and I cried and I cried. I was like, oh, Cheeto, it's gonna be okay. Like, it's gonna be okay. Typical stray, like, he hid in the son's room, and they kept it shut. And, like, he would come out and let them pet him, but he wasn't crazy about the dogs, and I knew it. And again, I wish at that moment I had said, but I was sure it was going to work out, you guys. I wish that I had said, oh, you know, maybe it's not going to work out. Let me take him back. I just wanted these guys to find homes before it snowed and it got as cold as, it's like 16 degrees out there. So she gets a hold of me like a week later, 2 weeks, 3 weeks later. It was before Halloween. And it was someone that lives like 20 minutes away in like the boondocks. Like right next to the woods. I didn't know that at the time. But you have to go on this like highway where semis and people drive stupid and animals get killed all the time. I'm like, okay. While they were gone, he escaped out the accordion of the air conditioner. I was like, it's gonna be, oh, what's the name of The Incredible Journey? I read it in school while I watched the movie and skimmed the book for a book report. Like it's gonna be an incredible journey. Like he'll be lucky if he makes it back and doesn't get hit by a car or eaten by an animal. He's so used to us feeding him. Like, can he even survive? Winter's coming. Like, this is not okay. Put it on missing in the area, animal pages, and people in Sheffield are even more inconsiderate than people here, which people here aren't that great either. But talking about killing them and stuff, and I hate people when they're just evil like that. He's just an innocent animal. Like he never did anything. Like, just leave him alone. And I'd have taken care of him. I'd have made sure he had food. And water. So we went up there and I watched this paranormal kid, watching him grow along the years. It's kind of cute. He, his paranormal stuff with his family. And he uses the Spirit Talker app, and I'd gotten the app. You'd be amazed. Like, he goes to these, he loves history, this kid, so.
Oh, William, did you actually kill that man?
Jacob! Isn't that the one that he was talking about?
So you would definitely say Fort Mifflin is haunted?
Fort Mifflin's haunted beyond a shadow of a doubt.
Tonight we're here in Philadelphia at Fort Mifflin. This is known as one of the most terrifying places in America. With hundreds of deaths taking place here over hundreds of years, this property is loaded with history and mystery. There may be dead bodies buried somewhere here on the property. There may be secrets left inside of this crumbling old fort that have yet to be discovered. Welcome to the Paranormal Files. All right, folks, here we are in the streets of Philadelphia. Welcome to the Paranormal Files. Later in this episode, we're going to be using these costumes as trigger objects at Fort Mifflin, one of the most haunted forts in America, one of the oldest locations we've ever had the privilege of investigating. But right now, before we get into that, we wanted to show you a little bit of our city. So if you don't know, we live here in Philadelphia, and right now we're down at the Independence Hall area where the Declaration of Independence was signed. There's a mass grave of over 2,000 Revolutionary War soldiers right there yonder. But,
Yonder?
Yeah. But we, we're wearing these costumes, and we're gonna take you around Independence Hall, and let me just show you, Connor.
Give me like a declaration quote.
We the people.
Okay, let's go. So right here is
And push.
It's coming up to this area. It's
This is a naval base.
Yeah. Ask, is this a captain speaking to us?
There's an airport. Do you ever hear airplane going over, or like an abnormally loud noise? It's probably gonna be an airplane.
You just said if you ever hear
Yeah.
that. We would love to hear you make some sort of a noise in here for us, or move something, or even tell us your name. Oh!
Free.
Free? Okay.
You ever see me wear a Paranormal Files shirt that's, you know, he does some crazy stuff that I would never do spiritually. But he didn't believe in God at the time or anything. Like, he didn't take it seriously. He found out the hard way. Anyways, so, I mean, obviously, I would take the risks that he does. But it's very cool because you see the history of the places and watching him grow a little more and more spiritually. I'm praying like crazy for this kid. I feel like God sent me, you know, had me come across him, and this kid is on my heart. Like, I wake up, if I think about him, I pray for him. I pray for his safety because he does all these like he's getting into these kind of these elite, how do I say it? It's a trigger word. Pedo, you know, things. And yeah, so like I'm scared for him. Like, I mean, these are like scary people that he does some of these on now. He's kind of progressed, but anyways, he goes to these like murder places or these jails and things, and he uses this app, and it's amazing to me that these spirits, which I'm still not sure I believe in ghosts. To me, it's like angels and demons. Like, that's it. There's no in between. I'm not sure I believe in ghosts. Like, I haven't yet seen a ghost. To me, I've seen angels, God, and I've seen demonic Satan. Like, I've heard Satan. There's no in between for me. But anyways, I got this app. I was asking spirits. I know, don't like get on me spiritually about it. It's like, sorry God, I need to just try. So it's off my conscience. Because it's my fault. It's my fault he's in the middle of nowhere. Scared to death. Fighting, and I was just, so we go there and I'm calling Cheeto, and I've asked these spirits and no one saw him. I'm like, can you at least help him get home if you see him? You guys know the area, whether you're, you know, World War II, Civil War, like, you know the area, just to help him if you would. Because I'm like, it's gonna be like the incredible journey. He's gonna wind up here someday. Well, God let me have a dream. And I know it was God that gave me this dream. And I kept crying to God, just tell Cheeto I'm sorry. Tell him I didn't know. If I'd known, I'd have never. I thought he would be happy, and I'd just tell him I'm sorry. And I love him. This is CJ. And so I had this dream, you guys, and I was, sorry, that's CJ's tail. He's a sweet boy, and he was beat up by another cat. You can see the bite marks. And his leg was split open, so I picked him up. I disappeared for a couple days, and he came up on the porch, and I saw his leg was open and picked him up, carried him right in the house. He's always been a sweetheart. And he's been with us ever since. But, yeah, so I had this dream. I was out there feeding charcoal in them, and it was winter, and Cheeto had been gone for a while. And he just came home. He just showed up, and he gave me a hug, and he let me love him. Like, he was saying, it's okay, I get it, I understand, it's alright. So when I woke up, I knew that was God letting me know that Cheeto said it's okay. Cheeto's not mad at me. I'll hate myself forever for it until I can make it right. But it's like God is saying, I'll take care of him. It's okay. Now this girl sees me continuing to post things. Please, I'll come get him. If you see him, please. Just, he knows me, I'll come get him. And she's like, well, we have cameras out there, and we did spot him, and he's not skinny. So he's getting food from somewhere, and I'm thinking it's just his winter coat. But they do live by water, but they live by the woods, and I'm like, some bear's gonna eat him. Like there's coyotes and stuff out there, bobcats. But anyways, that's a dream that God gave me. And then you guys, I had this really powerful dream. And when I get mad, I am not perfect. I can swear like a sailor. Now my ex, like, he's constant. Like you can't have a sentence without a swear word. So you kind of get into the habit of swearing when I get mad. I try not to, but then when I get mad, and for some dumb reason, instead of saying cheese and rice, I would use Jesus' name. And I know the Bible says don't use the Lord's name in vain. I know it, right? But you just get mad and you're just like, frickin'. And I had this dream, and it was very vivid. And Dale and I had somehow gotten kidnapped by these evil, horrible, like, probably all these videos that I watch of these scary elite ring things, satanic things, where these people torture. It doesn't matter. For rituals. And yeah, they were about to do the very same thing to us. And just like I told you in my testimony, when I had seen that black hooded figure coming at me, which I swear was Satan, but maybe it was the Grim Reaper, I don't know, or whatever demonic. And I said Jesus' name, and it stopped moving. Even though it was like I was shaking so bad inside I could barely say it, but I knew the power of the name. But then the more I said it, the more I could say it louder and louder, and then it disappeared. Well, in the dream, I said Jesus' name, and they stopped. And they couldn't torture. Granted, I'm not saying that happens to everybody, I'm just saying for me, in that moment, it was working for me. I don't know, maybe if there's some abuse, if you're in a situation of abuse, say it. Say the name. It's that powerful. I mean, it might be different for me because I actually believe that Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior, and only He and, God, the Trinity, are allowed to have my heart. I do not give permission for anything demonic, satanic, nothing. Stay far away from me, because I will fight you, Satan. Like, I will take you on. Like, I'm, maybe because that's how I feel. It works better for me, because I know there's a Bible story about, like, the sons of Sceva or whatever, where they're like, they watch Paul or someone casting out demons in the name of Jesus, and they're like, well, in the name of the God of that guy, we cast you out. Well, then the demonic came and beat him up. you know, so maybe that's the power. But I don't know if God knows it, your heart, and that you're searching, and maybe that will turn you around. Maybe he'll let it work for you. I don't know, but Christ is my savior. You know, God is in my heart and soul in Jesus. And in that dream, I said that name, and they stopped, and they actually left me alone. And then I go and I, you know, get Dale, and then I woke up and I said, I understand, God. You were talking to me, and I understand, and I need to stop saying, you know, Jesus' name in vain. When I'm angry and it's like some curse term, I get it. I get it. Like, that was so, it wasn't just don't do that. It had meaning. Like, God didn't want me to do that anymore. And I remember when I was reading the book of Adam and Eve, extra biblical literature, Dale calls it. In there, I think Adam had said it, and then, you know, God's like, why did you do that? And he was like, obviously God's name. And Jesus hadn't been born yet, and God's like, why did you do that? And he was like, I'm sorry. I got it. Like, I felt it. I felt God telling me and showing me why you don't do that, because that name has such power. Don't use this name in vain. You know, if you have to say the awful F word or whatever, fine. Like, that's different than using Jesus's JC, you know. Let's see. And I know religious people are always like, well, you shouldn't even say cheese and rice because that's just as, you know, it's just as bad as doing it if you're thinking it. I'm like, at least I'm trying. You know, this is my heart. I'm trying. God knows I'm trying, and baby steps, you know. So I'll never forget that name saved me from a very terrifying experience. Like, it was traumatic. It was like torture. It was horrifying, and that name saved me. And so I don't forget that now. That's another dream where God was, I don't know. God's used dreams in my life. So, I mean, that's part of that supernatural experience that I'm talking about, you guys. When I say that I have a family that's pastors, it's not just my grandpa, it's my uncle, like my aunt. Okay, so my mom and my paternal uncle, like, it's my mom and my aunt, so my uncle that she married. And her two kids, she has 4, but 2 of them, well, I think I've said their name, Rich. Ryan are pastors, and my Uncle Rick is a pastor. And then my grandpa, Hilliard. And then on my birth father's side, my grandma Ruby, her parents. Methodist missionaries. I can insert that. I look like my grandma Ruby. I mean, I didn't even realize how much I look like her. Which is weird. Yeah, so there's that. Rose. Sorry. So it's, and then Dale, it's just weird. I don't remember if I said this or not. My mom always had to connect to pastors and pastors' wives. And I don't know if it's because she was a PK or if it's just this weird obsession with her. Like, literally every church she's been to, and even ones I haven't been to with her, she befriends the pastor's wife and the pastor. Then there's some contentious thing that happens. It's all their fault, and she holds this grudge. I'm like, what is that? And every single time I've watched her my entire life, every single time she gets close to people, and then they've done her some wrong thing, and then she holds this horrible, vicious grudge against people. Well, eventually at some point I realized it's not them, it's my mom. It's my mom. I guess it's a good time to interject what really broke up my mom and I. Like, I just drew a line. I said, enough. Like, I'm not doing this with you anymore. You've crossed lines, and here's the boundary, and I'm done. So Cassie was always the favorite. And when Eric came along, I would ask them to babysit. And of course, you know, my mom didn't have the same connection. Maybe because Cassie was a girl and I was a girl and we're like mini-me's, and maybe that was a connection, but she just didn't have time for Eric. And so that annoyed me, that she would play favoritism, that she would disregard his feelings. She would actually say what an effort it was sometimes. And I was like that just was starting to turn me. Yeah, I mean other things, but it was just building, I guess. And I mean, this was like when he was 5, and I don't know if it's the stuff I would tell her that my ex was doing, and just that instead of just understanding that Eric was in the middle, and of course he's gonna be torn. Instead of just understanding that and actually like holding a grudge against a little kid, like and acting like, well, he should be choosing me. I don't expect him to choose me. I mean, be nice to me. I'm trying to. I mean, anyways. that. And then Cassie had turned 21. Had this weird, actually, gambling problem. Like, I don't like to gamble. Like, I'd rather take my I can only imagine spending $20. I can't even fathom spending $100 wasting it gambling, right? My only consolence to that was that she was doing it at the Seneca Nation, so, I mean, at least the Native Americans were getting the money. So, I tried to be like, well, okay, at least, you know, you're contributing to the Native Americans. But, I mean, she would go spend all kinds of money. And that's what broke my mom and dad up, was she would spend charge all this money and then try to go earn it back. And I'm like, you got a problem. So then I'm at work at Walmart and she said to Cassie, okay, well, get in the car. Like, my mom loves to do this too. I think it's why I don't like surprises. I think it's why I really don't like surprises, because she'd be like, you know, like, okay, get in the car and I'm just going to tell you where we're going. I'm going to surprise you. It's your birthday. So they go to the casino. She doesn't tell Cassie, who also doesn't like to spend money like that. Like, we would rather go to the store, spend $20, $100. I'm mind blown if you spend over $100. I can't with that. I know it's fun to people, but I'm just like, you know what I could have bought with that $100? Like, what do you wax? Like, what are you doing that you don't physically, like, what is the attraction to that? Like, I'd be so PO'd at myself that I lost that money when I could have bought something else with it. Like, that's not fun to me. So, yeah, so she takes Cassie up there, which Cassie's annoyed at that point. Like, this is fun for you, but it's not fun for me. Which little did I know that my mom had even talked to Dale, like, to counsel her with her addiction or whatever. And he gave her advice, and of course she didn't heed it. And so she takes my daughter, doesn't tell her. So of course my daughter is like, well, for my birthday, I think she was home from college at the time too, you know, and she would only come home so many days on break. But anyways, this might have been the summer. But anyways, she's like, well, my dad is he's not buying, he's literally making me a meal, like a birthday dinner. So I have to be back home at this time. Do you think my mom cared about that? So she takes Cassie up there and gives her money and is like, okay, let's go gamble or whatever. Well, then, of course, my mom loses it and can't handle it and has to win it back. It was hours, like hours. And I get home and I'm like, Cassie, like, where are you? Like, aren't you supposed to be going to dinner with your dad? Like, what's going on? Because I think he was then starting to text us like it was our fault or whatever. Then he's a jerk. And she's like, Grandma, she's like, don't say anything, but Grandma brought me up here and now won't let me leave until she wins the money back. And I was like I was livid. Like, I was ready to go up there. I was like, I'm coming. And Cassie's like, no. Like, of course, she, like me, she doesn't like the conflict. It'll be fine. But then when Cassie's mad, like, silent treatment, like, so then my mom gets out, and then my mom wins her money back, and she's all happy, and they get in the car, and they can finally leave hours later, with zero regard to the fact that Cassie said, I have to be home by this time. I was like, wasn't that fun? And Cassie didn't talk to her the entire way home. You guys, my mom, she's lucky I didn't break it off then. I mean, I try to give people grace, I really do. getting to a point now that I'm 50 that I'm like, you know, I'm old enough now that I don't care. Like, I have God and that's enough for me. Like, whatever. So, my mom has the audacity to say that, you know, Cassie was just vicious to her. Cassie is not vicious. Cassie is the most unvicious person. She may not talk to you and she may be angry. She may silent treatment you. I think all she said was no, but she was mad. Instead of trying to relate, it's like, because she's a narcissist, she literally doesn't possess the ability to feel anything.
Videoing. Yeah. I did a couple pictures too.
You're fine.
Put them in your mouth. Oh my God. In your mouth. I want to see.
Comprehend how anything is her fault. That was fun to her. And Cassie was just vicious. Like, this is literally how my mom, like, I like hyperbole in a funny, sarcastic way. My mom, like, totally believed that Cassie was vicious to her. Twisted, and this is when I began to this is when I began to see it. Twisted, because I knew Cassie's side of the story, and I know Cassie. And I don't just take her side because it's Cassie. Like, I've seen her good, you know, good, bad, and ugly. And I'm telling you, this is a good kid. like a strong moral compass, good person that isn't just evil to people. She was like, I don't think the relationship between Cassie and I will ever be okay again. Like, I don't think I have. And I was like, my brain is like blown at this point. And I'm like, are you kidding? Like, in what world do you live in that you would think that I would believe your dramatic lie, BS, if you will, because here I'm starting to get mad and thinking swear words. In what world that you live in that you would think that I would actually believe your crap over my daughter, who I know like the back of my hand? How would you ever think that I would believe you over her? Like that, and out of just sheer, I was like, oh, okay. Going, I want to watch this play because now I know the truth. Like, I know both sides. Like, you're lucky I didn't, like, inside I'm thinking, lady, you're lucky that I didn't come up there and rip your face off. Because I kind of wanted to just let you, which I'm not an actual combative person. So, again, speaking in hyperbole. But she's lucky I didn't give it to her. And I'm not, but if I'm mad, like, kind of like saying, like, I'm going to tell you, which I would actually fight him. But I'm just saying, like, I can't imagine ever actually hitting someone. But yeah, like, so when I say that, I don't actually mean it, but she's lucky I just didn't tell her. And I literally possess a lot of restraint, and I really truly think about things before I say them. And so I'm, processing how, like, I'm not always good at debate because I need to prep and plan, because my brain needs to think through scenarios, and I'm just very observational, and that's just how I process. And then I'll think of something and say it, like, But I mean, she is lucky I didn't unload on her in front of people. Like, I was that angry. Like, how dare you? Like, how dare you? Like, I literally wanted to say, how dare you? And so I'm like, then at this point, I'm like, okay, I just want to observe you, because now I know you're full of it. Like, my ex, like, had gotten to that point where I'm just gonna study you so that I know how to, you know, get one up on you, because now I'm just observing you because I know the truth. And so, yeah, and so she's just like that with Cassie, and then doesn't want to do anything with Cassie anymore. Like, it's all Cassie's fault. And I'm beginning to see, wait a minute, like, all this stuff, like, she painted this whole dramatic thing about my aunt. And I was like, why do my cousins, like, worship the ground that my aunt and uncle walk on if, like, my aunt is this abusive person? And why do these people always love her? And then it was dawning on me, like, I guess God was opening my eyes, going, all along, it's always been my mom. It has never been any of these people. And I'm starting to put puzzle pieces together. I'm like, how come every single relationship my mom ever gets into? And then, I don't know, I don't even want to know, because it's probably some stupid reason I don't, or made up crap in my mom's mind. Dale's daughter, who I grew up with and I was friends with, and she's always been amazing. She would come to, like, Thanksgiving and stuff, and my mom, you guys, this has been my whole life, and I pray that Tracy's just forgiving and just knows my mom. Because when Dale was married to their mom, my mom was, of course, they were past her in life. I was there the day I was just a little kid, which I know then makes this whole story weird. But I was a little kid when Dale was ordained into the ministry. My mom decided to show up at their church the day he was ordained in a barn in 1980 or something. I was born in 74, so what was I, 6? I remember that day. I remember the barn. I remember him there, but I remember Debbie, like his first wife, the mother of their children. And I was best friends with his kids. I spent the night at their house. I know it makes it weird if you don't separate. I can get into that if I have to, but my mom had to become best friends with Debbie, which was Dale's first wife, and of course I was like, yay, I get to play with Jamie and Tracy. And Jamie was in my class, which I know that makes this whole weird. You see the like age difference, and you're like, oh, like, don't make it weird, but I'm just saying, I know it's a little weird, but yeah. Anyways, so yeah, that's my mom, and so I've known him practically my whole life. So yeah, that's my mom. Weird. So, where was I going with that? Yeah, it's my mom having to buddy up with. So, like, it's weird to me. Like, I'm starting to put all this together. Like, this is every single relationship. My mom. It's my mom. Like, how come she can't ever keep any relationship? Like, any, ever? Well, anyways, Tracy comes to, like, Thanksgiving stuff, and my mom would, like, literally, Tracy would be here, and my mom would have to, like, you guys, this is how dumb my mom is. Tracy brought, like, green bean casserole. my mom, and it tasted like green bean casserole. Like, I make green bean casserole. Like, what are you, like what is wrong with you? Not only would I never, but of course I'm an empath and my mother's a narcissist. I'm not joking. But I would never, ever whisper about someone right there, like, so they can practically hear it. Like, what are you doing making someone feel bad? Shame on me that I don't like conflict and I'm the peacemaker and I didn't just say stop it to her face right then and there, like I would now. I don't like to create drama, just everybody get along, like. But my mom would be like, I don't like, of course my mom didn't like something, but I don't like her, like, it's not a good green bean casserole. And because I'm not wanting to like play into her whatever drama, I'm like, stop. Like, and then I would go do something like, stop whispering about her to me and making her feel bad when she didn't get, and it tastes the same, like, what? Anyways, this is my mom. So then, I don't even know if this is real, you guys. I don't even know if this is real. I half wonder if my mom didn't make it up. Supposedly, at some point when my cousin Ryan was, I don't know, becoming from teenager to a man or whatever, getting ready to go to college, date or whatever, I don't know. And at some point, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like, I could care less, but it doesn't make sense to me. Supposedly my cousin accused my grandpa of molesting him. And you guys, my mom would leave me with my grandparents constantly, and my grandpa, like, I can't even tell you, when I was really little, I remember going to work with my grandpa because she needed a babysitter. My grandpa would take him, I remember when he worked for Levinson Brothers, Rosie. And he was selling appliances, or maybe he was the appliance repair guy at the time. But I remember his uniform. I can put up a picture. And I remember his uniform. And I remember going to work with him, and I remember sitting at the desk while he was making calls or whatever he's doing in an office. I was sitting there coloring and drawing. I have that memory. I remember actually going to someone's house with him a few times where he was repairing people's washer and dryer, or refrigerator or stove. And I'm just sitting there like a good little girl, because I was just this, believe it or not, I was just this quiet little thing, and I would just watch my grandpa. And I remember those people would be like, oh, she's cute, and my grandpa's like, yeah, and he was kind of proud of me because I was good. Like, I wasn't getting into things, I wasn't making noise, I wasn't running around, I wasn't hyper. I'm just sitting there watching him, and I was polite and I was nice, shy, but I was, like I am, I'm smiley. And if you see me in person, I know I talk a lot here, you can ask Leah. I'm a little less talkative in person. Like, I try, but I get nervous and I'm like, I don't know what to say. But I smile. But I'm just a little more awkward, and I get deer in the headlights. I don't know what to say sometimes. So, which is nice because Dale does all the talking. But I'm just saying, like, that's just me. Until I get to know you, and then, I try to, then when I get to know you, unless we're one-on-one, like if we're in a group, I try to say things and people either talk over me don't hear me because I'm soft spoken, or are so busy with everyone else that I'm forgetful. So they just don't realize that I'm actually talking. Or sometimes they think I'm awkward that they're like, you know, they just ignore me and go on to the other more sociable people. And it's like, so if I'm in a group, I tend to be here while everyone else is like, and I'm just like, you know, like I'm a whatever. But where's I going with that? My mom. Oh, my cousin, right? So, and I'm like, how many times did you leave me alone with him? Like, he never, like, and I'm like, is this even real? Like, maybe it was, and maybe it was just some, like, I don't know, weird phase he was going through. I don't know, he's a pastor now. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. And then I think he was struggling with his sexuality at the time, but now he's married and has a kid. I don't know, like, sometimes I think my mom makes things up because I don't know if that actually happened, or my mom is just creating some reason to be mad at my aunt that doesn't really exist. Like, I just don't even know. Anyways, so then my mom, after this whole Cassie thing, proceeds to tell me of how my grandpa always, you know, treated her like, you know, almost like he was attracted to her, and maybe if my grandma wasn't there, like and I'm like, exist in the same reality. Like, I know you're making this up. They were literally, my grandparents were like my second parents. Like, I would give up going with any friends. I didn't care about my friends the way that I cared about my grandparents. Like, if you gave me a choice, I'd always pick my grandparents. Like, I wanted to take my grandparents everywhere with me. They were amazing, and I think it's the only reason I turned out okay, you guys, is because of my grandparents. Like, they were the most wonderful people, and I'm not saying my grandpa was perfect. Like, he has moments, you know, animals don't go to heaven. Well, I disagree with him. And I was like, why are you crushing my soul? You know how much I love animals. Like, why would you tell me that they don't go to heaven, they don't have a soul? I disagree with you. Like, I've always disagreed. That's always been a contention with my grandpa and I. And I swear that's why I got with my ex, because I was in a big hurry to find anybody that wanted to marry me and be with me. Like, who cares if this guy just got out of jail for breaking a cop's nose? Doesn't matter, like, you know, domestic violence or whatever. He's more emotional than he is physical. But I mean, she had a black eye at one point. Like, maybe I didn't push him very often to that point. I kind of knew. He would, like my mom, like when he got so mad, he would destroy my stuff. Like, if I got mad, my thing is slamming doors when I'm mad. Like, I will slam a door to let you know I'm mad and leave me alone. Or if I did anything, I would never destroy someone else's things. If anything, I might destroy something of mine, but I would never just, like, that's because I know what that's like, but my mom, she would get, I literally felt so bad for my dad growing up, because she would get in the, I swear she's bipolar. She would flip, like something would trigger her, and she would just become like this Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde kind of a thing, where she would just be so angry. She would smash computers and smash like all these things that were important to my dad. Like, she would just go off on this whole other, she needed serious anger management. If you saw that movie with Adam Sandler and Jack Nicholson, that's funny. I'm sorry, like, she annoys me when she does that shrill thing too. I apologize. God, please make Rosie be quiet. If you want this testimony, please, God, make Rosie be quiet. You guys gotta take that. Oh God, like, he wants me to sit here and do this. What time is it? Because I really don't want to do this when Dale is here. I feel awkward enough, let alone him staring at me. Like, I don't want that. So then, like, then she's almost insinuating that my grandpa was borderline infatuated with her. Didn't touch her, but might have if things had, and I'm like, I know you're, like, that ticked me off to know, like, that made me angry. Because, first of all, as a parent, if you feel that way, like, well, I don't know. I'm just like, why did you leave me with him, if that's... Second of all, I mean, so much time. Not just because you had to, but, like, just because I wanted to. Sometimes I would just ask to go spend the night at their house. And they would let me, because, you know, parents always want a break. I'm not that parent, but I hated school. I liked summer. Like, I hate bedtimes. I hate homework. I hate being a strict parent, like, and I'm just not. And, you know, I like summer where they could just do what they wanted. Just, you know, don't be rambunctious and we're copacetic. Like, I don't care if you stay up all night in the summer. Have fun, be a kid. You know, just don't wake me up unless, you know, it's important. Yeah, so I don't know. That did it. That was the straw that broke the camel's back, because I'm like, he's gone. Like, they're gone. Like, they're dead. Like, how dare you say something like that when he's not even here to defend himself? And I never once in all the years that I spent time with him, never once had an inkling of that, ever. They're one of the main reasons why I actually cherish my childhood. My mom was psychotic. And just cruel. And sometimes she was good, but it's like it's the Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde thing. I don't want to forget to tell you guys. When I was 3, I remember this. She pierced my ears with a needle. You guys, she heated up the needle on the stove to cleanse it, and then proceeded to take ice and pierce my freaking ear. And that was traumatic for me. It was awful. I cried. You'll be fine. That was awful. It was just awful. Yeah, so she would make me, you guys, she would make me eat. And this is why I've never done this with my kids. Like, some parents will make their kids sit there till they throw up. Like, I have an aversion to throw up anyway. They would make their kids sit there till they throw up. Like, that's just, no, that's torture to me. Like, if you don't like it, you don't like it. Try a bite. That's all I ask. Try it. If you don't like it, my mom would make me sit there and eat god-awful things. And I don't mean that in God's name in vain, but maybe it kind of is, so maybe I'll stop doing that. In a wretched... I hate spinach. I like spinach and salad. if you cook it and make it mushy, I freaking hate it. I did not want to throw up. Like, I did not want to eat it and throw up, but it was like seaweed in my mouth. It was vile to me. And she'd make me, I could deal with the liver and onions. I freaking hate liver to this day. I can't. No organs. I'm not eating organs. Like, especially, no, I'm not eating it. Especially after massage. After being at a cadaver lab, I'm not eating organs. I'm just not, that's gross. But it doesn't even taste good to me. So I'm not a liver person, but she would make me eat like spinach from a can. It's so gross. I can't. I just can't. She'd make me eat Brussels sprouts. Perhaps I still struggle with Brussels sprouts, you guys. They're bitter. They're so bitter. I've tried since. I actually like asparagus now. But she would make me eat, and I would sit there all night because I didn't want to throw up. And my dad would feel bad for me, my adopted dad, obviously. And he would eat it for me. So that was nice. I had some compassion there. So yeah, that was, I wrote it all down, and I went to my mom's house, well, her apartment. She was in like an old people complex. And I put it in her mailbox, and I laid it all out. I'm like, you poisoned my animals, you lied, you mistreated my children. I'm just, it's bad enough what you do to me, but my kids, and then to lie about grandpa, like, I know you lied, like, and all you've ever done is lie. Like, you lied about my aunt. Like, I missed out on a relationship. Thank God for my grandparents, the times that they did take me without my parents, because my mom refused to spend time with them, and they knew how bad I wanted to spend time with my cousins, my aunt and uncle. I loved them. They were always wonderful to me, and yeah, and my mom would always try to poison me against my aunt. Like she would be jealous because, like, you got to spend time with your grandparents because they lived where I lived, and so I was always hanging out with them. And I'd be like, it's okay, like, they can spend, but she'd be like, she was just mean to you, and she didn't want, she would, and so what if she did? Like, I can understand it from a parental, Missy's always with them, they always call me Missy. You have to spell it with an IE if you're gonna say my name, if you're gonna use my nickname, but, which I don't, it's weird for me, like, Ursula always said Missy though, but it's like, spell it with an IE, like, when I was little, no I, but, I mean, I'll forgive you if you do, but I prefer that you actually get it right with MISSIE. But I prefer you call me Melissa anyway, because it feels like old me is Missy and I'm new me, which is Melissa. Like, no, it's not like an alternate personality. Like, like that's not it. It's just, I just prefer to be who I am now. It takes me back to my childhood. My mom, I guess I'd rather not be called Missy, but a lot of people do, so it's fine. Now people probably just to be hateful calling me Missy, it's fine, I don't care. There are a couple people who can get away with it, and I don't think anything of it. I know why they do it. You know who you are. But, yeah, so I'm just like, I'm done. So then my mom would, she dropped off pictures that either she didn't want or she scrapbooked and didn't want. Or if they weren't good pictures, like I have better pictures. Or my Uncle Tom, which is my grandpa's brother. Old pictures of my grandpa. My great grandpa, which is my mom's dad, which is nice. Franklin Carrier, and I kind of feel like I'm related to the is it Mary Carrier, the girl that died in the Salem witch trials? Like that's a distinctive name, and I've gotten on a Facebook group where her family, they've traced her family back to people in Bust-Eye, New York, which is by me. I'm like, I just feel like I'm related. Like I tried to do the genealogy and I stink at it, and Ursula, who I didn't even know was a genealogist at the time, till it was too late, she could help me. But I've tried, but I can't go very far from what I know, so I stink at the whole genealogy thing. But yeah, if I could prove it, I kind of feel like I'm related to the girl the carrier that was killed in the West Salem witch trials, but I digress. But yeah, like, why would you give me pictures like that? Maybe she had copies of them. I don't know what she was doing. It's weird to me. He's a handsome guy, so I'll take his picture. But she would drop off like stuff that she had that I know that she didn't want it anymore. She'd be like, well, at least she can have some, like she would tell Dale, because I don't answer the door. When I'm done with you, I'm done with you. Like, you're dead to me. Unless you can actually apologize, which my mom's incapable of apologizing and removing any pride at all. Like, it will always forever be, I'm an evil, horrible person. She will paint that to make friends and have people feel sorry for her. It's just what my mom does. Whatever. God and I know the truth. And my kids and everything else. But, and Cassie is kind of done with her. That she did that to her and then treated her like crap. It was right before she graduated college too. It was like, what mental case. But yeah, so my mom is so prideful and narcissist. I literally believe narcissists are just completely incapable of, they're missing that emotional component, that they literally can't feel someone else's feelings enough that they could imagine. Thank you, God, that I'm not like that. I guess I'd rather all of the emotional trauma and everything else, I'd rather be me than ever be like that. So, yeah. Trying to think, there's other things I was gonna tell you guys. Oh, another God thing, you guys. I know I've told this story before, but I had a Scentsy club, right? I have Scentsy clubs. I swore they changed things. Rose. Sorry. And so before they changed when you could have it processed, mine was always on the 10th. I guess when I set it up. And of course you don't want to lose things and change it. So you leave it. And thank God they've changed that. So I would wait until I got my Scentsy Pay. It was the whole point of being a consultant. Like, I would get my Scentsy Pay and then I would put it like right back plus into my Scentsy Club. But I had to wait to get paid from Scentsy on the 9th. That was one day. Because it would try to process on the 9th. No money. And then it would try to process on the 10th, like 4 a.m. And of course the money wasn't in there yet. I had to wait till the following day to have the money in there, because just the way that it worked. And then, you know, I put the money in there, and then on the 11th it would take it, like the last day. It had happened to me a couple times. And like one was like, at the time, like Erica had this green light card, so like he didn't have a job, so he didn't, and he wasn't old enough to have a bank account, but yet I wanted to give him an allowance, and he wanted to buy his stuff for his gaming. I wanted to have my debit card, not, you know what I mean, so I wanted to give him something, give him some ID in case he wanted to get a job or whatever. So we did this green light thing, and well, then they had tried to process payments and screwed up my Scentsy Club once because they took money that they weren't supposed to, and I was like, whoa. Like you, and they're like, well, it'll take like 5 days. I'm like, it better not take 5 days because I'm done with all of you if you make me lose my club. They did it like within hours and I got the money back. So like it happened a couple times. And then gone to the bank, like I had my money. I put my money into the ATM because Dale was gonna like sell it to me or whatever at the time and put it in the right account. Because I had a debit card at the time that you had to take it. It's like a virtual debit card, so like you had to take it to like CVS or dollar store to deposit money. So I had to take it off my Sensi card when it got there, and I would usually have to wait till after work on the second day, like. And then I would take the money off of it, and then I would give it to Dale to put in his account, and then he would sell it to me to put in my account because it's a virtual account or whatever. Or, you know, we would put it on my card. I know I was using, like, I don't anymore, but I was using an H&R Block card that I had gotten my tax returns on and stuff. Just because I knew it was specifically for that. Like, and nothing could come out of it except the freaking green light at the one time. Anyways, I don't get tax returns or, you know, big tax returns for my kids anymore or anything, so that's all done. But yeah, so it was one of those virtual where you had to go and put money on the card and whatever. So anyways, that's how all of that would work. So I had the money. Like, I had the money. I was all proud of myself. We go to Dale's ATM, put the money in, and there was something wrong with the ATM, and it ate my money. Well, there's a problem, and I was like, it's not my fault, God. Like, it's literally not my fault that they ate. This is it. This is the last day. Like, I panicked. Like, I was like, it's not fair. Like, this is my big club. It had like Snuggle Up in it. I was so undone. And at that time, I'd already skipped and learned tricks since then. And they've changed the rules and things. But anyways, I was like, that's it. It's not my fault and I'm going to lose my club. Like, it's literally not my fault. I had the money, but the freaking ATM stopped working and it ate my money. We go into the bank and the lady, you guys, this was important to me. I realize it's not important to her. But the level of, like, snooty, like, it's not my problem, like, these are the rules, like, stuck up, like, zero compassion. I was so angry that I started, when I get really angry too, sometimes I'll cry. I was like, Dale, I have to leave because they had to investigate and they weren't going to give, I'm like, the camera, like, you have a camera out there. I put my money, like, go take a key and open it up, and that's, like, what are you doing? Like, it's not okay. Like, go look at the camera. Like, I need this money. You don't understand. I'm going to lose I have to pay that in the morning, at 4 a.m. Like, I need that money, and it's not my fault. Like, she just didn't even want to, it was like I was a stupid little girl, and I really hate when people have that attitude. It's a trigger. When people dismiss me, like, I get really triggered. Just because my ex, my mom, constantly doing it to me, like, if Dale does it because, like, I get really triggered and it's not okay, like it just reactivates all of my trauma. Like, don't do that. Like, it's not okay. I had a doctor do it to me once. Like, I was telling, like, he was like, and I really hate, this is why I prefer female doctors, because male doctors are rude. It doesn't matter that I have a goiter and a thyroid disease, that my body, it's an autoimmune disease called Hashimoto's thyroiditis, where my body has decided to attack my thyroid like it's a foreign entity and it wants to destroy it. Doesn't matter. They just go, you eat too much and you don't exercise enough. Not realizing that I literally can't eat or I'll gain weight. Like, it's a medical problem with my metabolism. Like how do you, and just to dismiss me, like like, I'm sorry that I don't starve myself. And I'm sorry that I have hypoglycemia and I can't become anorexic. Like, what do you want from me? And I'm terrified to throw up, so I can't be a bulimic. So what do you want from me? I wish I could, but it's like God's protection plan that I'm terrified of throwing up. So don't ever come at me if you have the flu. Like, it's just not okay. Like, I will go into a full-blown panic attack. Like, it's not okay. And I try. Like, my poor children, like they would be afraid to tell me if they threw up because I would start bawling. Like, and have these panic attacks, and it was just this whole thing. I'm just glad they're adults now. Or I would hear it, and then that would just like destroy my whole world, and I just we can all laugh at it now. I know it's a thing, I'm sorry. But yeah, like, yeah, I can't be bulimic or anorexic, so I don't know what you want from me. Like, I just stop telling me I'm fat. I don't do enough. So I was telling him I was going up 4 flights of stairs and he laughed. Like, I literally just, like, floodgates. Like, and I was that kind of crying, and he felt so bad. Like, we sat there for probably 5 minutes. Well, he just had this awful look on his face of like, I feel bad and I don't know what to do. And I'm just like, it was, I never been back to see him again. Like, he triggered me because he dismissed me and he laughed at me, and I couldn't deal with it. So, well, there you go. There's fuel. If anybody wants to be mean to me, there you go. There's your weapon against me. But I joke, like, sarcastically, but it's a protective thing. Yeah, so I went outside crying. And I was just like, okay, God. Okay, like, I'm making peace with it at this moment. It's just wax. Melissa, I know it breaks your heart. You're undone. That's it. It's gone. And there's nothing you can do about it. And these people don't care. And they're so and it's okay. It's okay. It's wax. Maybe it'll come back. It's okay. It's okay. And I was like, okay, God. Like, I literally, at that moment, felt I let it go. Like, it wasn't just, oh, I'm letting God, it's kind of like me and Cheetah right now, where I'm just like, I'm letting it go. And then I'm like, God, please bring him back. Like, please relieve my conscience. Please tell him I'm sorry, even after the dream. Like, I still can't. I let it go because I knew I had no choice, and I let it go. I just dropped it all and let it go. I said, I'm still sad. I'm still sad. But I know that you know what I don't know. Maybe I need that money for maybe my car's gonna get wrecked and I need it for a repair. Like, you know what I don't know. And it's okay. I can't stop crying. Like, I can't stop. But I literally released it. It's the first time that I've ever actually walking into work that day after all those pictures, that I let that go too. I'm like, I need this job. I don't care what anybody thinks about me. I know the truth. I know that he's just a hateful, evil person. And I'll never do that again for anybody. I trusted this person, and they violated me in so many ways. And yeah, I need this job. I have a daughter, and I need to take care of her, and I don't care what they think about me. I'm going to work. And I did. And he later told me that he was sure that I would quit my job out of embarrassment. Like, no. Like, I don't care what people think about. I mean, I care, but when it comes down to it, I don't care. Like, I know the truth, and I don't care. And yeah, so that was the other time that I just let it go. Actually felt like I let it go. And I walked around and so it's like a drive-through bank. So I walked out the front door, I walked around the drive, like by the drive-through. And there was like a wall with like bushes and things, and it leads right out on the side street. And of course, these guys came by, and they were Latino, I believe, and they were like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "Oh, please don't be hitting on me right now," because I'm like bawling. Like, it was like this truck of these guys, and they were smiling, and they were like overly friendly, and I was like, "Nah." But I kind of think that they genuinely were trying to be nice, but I'm like, I don't know you, and you know, do you need help? Do you need? I'm like, no, I'm good, thanks. Like, just leave me alone. Because I've had a lot of that in my life too, so I just was like, no, thanks. Like, just, I'm fine. I was like, I'm fine. I appreciate it, but I'm fine. Like, I'm good. Because I'm like, are they gonna, you know, who knows? And then Dale comes out of the bank. Like, I just couldn't stop crying, but I was okay with it. Like, I made peace with it, and it was fine, and I was okay with it. Dale comes out of the bank, and he says, I got the money. Like, they gave me the money back. I forget exactly what he said. Because I knew, because I fully trusted God that whatever he decided, it was fine, and I literally let it go. I knew that God rewarded me and gave it back to me. And I did. I got my Scentsy Club. Down the road, I was $2 short and lost it. No, I didn't lose the whole club. I just lost the bars that I skipped, which was like 6 or 8 of my favorite things. And then that's when y'all gave me like Hey Tiger Lily and all the other bars and Sand Swept and everything else, because I had trouble. Maine is really special to me. I love the ocean, and it was a blessing. God let Cassie have the best scholarship in Maine, and she went to UMaine, and we got to spend twice a year in Maine. So like, there's this story of this starfish, and I had always wanted to save a starfish. Like, I always wanted, and every single time we would go to these tide pools and I would look for these starfish, I would look for things to save, to rescue, and throw back into the ocean. Like, me and my rose-colored glasses romantic view of everything. Like, my childlike, I don't know, maybe because I was damaged as a child. Like, I've never fully progressed in some way. I don't know. So I have this very childlike aspect to me. But I think it's why I like bubblegum and all of that stuff. Like, you know, Peeps, and hey, my grandpa did too, so that's where I get it from. Yeah, so it was there. It's gone. I don't know. It doesn't matter. So, anyways, God gave me my Scentsy Club back, and I might have lost those 6 or 8 bars, and maybe I'll never see a Tiger Lily again, but seriously, I'm going through it. If I only do 1 Tiger Lily a year, I have 60 years, and I'm like, I'm mathematically going, I hope I don't live to be 110. That would be awful. Awful to me. I can't even imagine. I don't want to live to be 110. I don't want to live through the apocalypse. Thank you, Grandpa, for terrorizing me about the apocalypse, but I don't want to live through the apocalypse. Probably am going to. But I don't have 60 years. I gotta do more than 1 a year. I'm like, okay, Melissa, math this right now. Like, you gotta do this many a year to get through these. So I really don't need to Scentsy Club it, and it's okay, because you guys made it possible. I will have Hey Tiger Lily to melt till the day I die. So, yeah. Again, God, the way God brings people into your path like that, it just blows my mind. So again, it's those things where I know that God is real. There's other supernatural things, but I gotta leave that in the Ursula section. Because it kind of tells her story. another story with my mom, so you kind of get that whole thing. So I was staying with my mom, or my parents, in my old bedroom upstairs. They had like a ton of bedrooms. It was a big house, and I was staying with them. I had the PFA. My ex was actually in jail at the, I think this is, no. Let's see, he's gone to jail for, he has felonies for stalking me. I had proof of that. The high-speed police chase with my daughter. Something about, I don't remember that exact charge. I got the paperwork. So he has 2 felonies. I hear third strike, you're out. I never quite wanted to not. I thought it was cool that he couldn't ever see his kids again. Like whenever he does decide for me. Anyways, he was in jail at the time. I think it's when he kicked me out. I think it was when he was in there for the high-speed police chase. So like I couldn't get into the house. And I was with my parents with Cassie. And I think his brother had died, and that's who his brother was always really sweet, just a kid, maybe 20. And he had died in a car accident. Like he was asleep, and the girl that was driving, it was really late at night, they went around a curve and something happened, and his neck was broken, like on impact like that, and he was gone. And he's just a sweet kid, so we decided to have a baby. And if it's a boy, it's Eric. If it's a girl, it's Erica, after his brother that died. But he was in jail and he died. Why I always take on responsibility for things I don't know. I felt bad that it was my fault. I was in there and his brother died, and he could either go to the viewing or the funeral. And so, like, the jail wouldn't let him to go. And so we missed the viewing. And the funeral was closed casket, so we never actually got to see him. I felt so bad about that. So then there's Melissa, who's gonna give him another chance and, you know, like, get back together, and I'm sorry, and and yeah, so I was writing him a letter at the time. I was yeah, and I was seeing that guy. He was working or something. He was like an electrician. He was working like a contractor. You think I'd learn? No offense to good contractors, but I'm saying, like, he wasn't there. And my mom, yeah, because I was downstairs, the kid was gone, and I mean, he literally like cut the kid's brakes. So luckily it was just going out of my parent, like, they couldn't prove it, just like they couldn't prove the picture thing. I'm like, fingerprint it. I didn't touch him. It's a small town, they wouldn't even fingerprint it. I'm like, I hate you. Like, how are you not like the TV, like, detectives? Like, what good are you? Like, anyways. So yeah, he cuts this kid's brakes, and luckily he was going from my parents' house to a stop sign and couldn't stop, so he wasn't even going very fast. And then we realized he cut the brakes. I'm like, psycho. Like, how does God, like, allow you to get away with this for so long? But then yeah, so I'm sitting down there, and we had just bought like a couple $100 worth of groceries, making meals, like we were trying to contribute. And my mom's like, it's like she was twisted-eyed or something. She wasn't angry, but she was snotty and like stuck. Like, I don't like that. But she was like ticked. you need to pay us more money for you're using water and electric too. And I was like, literally, I was kind of dumbfounded. And all I said was like, and I was like, where did this come? It was like all of a sudden she's, and I was like, okay. Like I literally said it to her like that because I was still trying to process like, we're not doing enough. Like I'm trying to clean that. I was like, okay. So I went upstairs and I was writing. I was sitting on the floor and she came, and it was winter, right? So she comes upstairs, like flying upstairs, and she gets in my face and she's spitting in my face, and she had her finger pointed in my face. And I was like writing. I don't even know what she was screaming at me because it made her come unglued, and like she was like spitting and just red and like this far from my face, and I just kind of have a like, get out of my bubble, like you're making me very uncomfortable, and you're screaming and spitting at me, like screaming. And I just took my notebook and I pushed her back so that I could escape her because she had me cornered. And I didn't push, you guys. If you know me, you know I enough, like I didn't hit her, I didn't do any, I just took my notebook and I pushed her back enough that I could escape. Maybe you don't know, when I was little, young as a kid, I think I told this, we go outside and my gloves were wet, my socks and my boots were wet because I stayed out way too long, and I ended up getting frostbitten. And they were red and everything, and my dad put them under hot water, really fairly hot water, which you're not supposed to do. It's supposed to be like room temperature. And then he would rub them to get the feeling back. You're not supposed to do that either. So I have damage. I think I said this in the other video. Sorry, it's been a couple months. Well, I went around her and I ran out the door to escape her. I ran out the door in my socks and there was snow on the ground. And it occurred to me, I'm like, I can't run 2 blocks home because he's not there, he's in jail. Like, where do I go? So I made it, like, my parents lived on this street, and I went down the street here, and then there was another street, and there was a store that was closed. And it had gotten to the point that my feet were so cold and frozen that the frostbite kicked in, and I could hardly walk. Like, I could hardly feel my feet. They were burning on fire. But the adrenaline, you're just like, I need to not have people screaming at me and like in my face and like right there. Like, I need to process like what is happening. And I could hardly walk, and I really hate when people walk up to me and I'm just trying to process and I don't know where to go. And this girl comes up to me and she's like, "Are you okay?" And I'm like, "Yeah, like I'm fine." And then I felt like I couldn't sit there. And so like I had to walk someplace else quiet where I could just think. And then I could hardly walk, and I was like, you can't feel your feet, but you're still trying to walk, and they're burning. It's like there's a fire, like you're walking on fire, like you're walking on literal fire, but yet you can't feel your feet. It's the weirdest thing. And I'm just trying to make my way back through the snow in my cold, wet socks, and I had to go back. I literally had no place else to go, and I couldn't sit there because this girl wouldn't leave me alone. I appreciate that she was trying to help me, but I just want to be left alone and just process and be like, God, help me. Like, those are the moments where I'm like, God, help me. Like, I have nowhere to go. I have nothing. Help me. Like, and he does. He comes. And I don't remember what happened there, but I remember, I think that kid came home. I think he was working the second shift or something. He came, and then I don't even know, but I just remember waking up the next day and thinking, I can't stay here. Like, I can't stay here. And I was literally waiting for my tax return. Like, any day now. So I was like, so I called the cops because when I got back, she threatened. Like, she was screaming at me, threatened to throw my stuff out on the lawn. I needed to get out. Like, I was like, all I did was say okay. Like, why are you screaming? Like, why did you come so unglued when I just said okay? Like, I agreed with you. I was confused, but I agreed with you. I wasn't mean. I was just kind of like in shock, like, okay, like, and then you just like attack me. Like, what is, so I was like, she's gonna throw my stuff on. So I called the police, and then of course if it's a domestic, you're both in trouble, right? And I was like, what? Like, why is no one helping me? Like that whole thing is messed up to me. Like, here I am calling you for help, and I'm in trouble too. Like, if anyone goes to jail, the both of us go to jail, or we're both in legal trouble because I'm asking you for help. Like, it still doesn't make sense to me. Like, where are you supposed to go if no one's gonna help you? Like, if you're gonna get in trouble for asking for help, like, I don't understand. But it was domestic. And so they talked to my mom, and the police officer comes back, and he's like, your mom said that you hit her 3 times. And I was like, I didn't hit her. She was in my face, screaming at me, like, this far from my face, and spitting, like, in this complete rage. I just wanted to move her back with my notebook. Like, I didn't actually physically lay a hand on her. It was my notebook. And all I did was push her far enough away from me that I could get around and away from her and go out the door in my socks in the snow. Like, what do you, I didn't hit her. I just wanted someone to help me because she's gonna throw all my stuff out on the lawn, and I'm waiting for a tax return. And I just want help until I can get a place to live. Like, I will move out, but I have a little girl and I have nowhere to go. Like, my ex is in jail. Like, I have a PFA against, like, and so it was just, I couldn't do anything about it. She lied. I'm like, how dare you call yourself a Christian? Like, that's another trigger for me, is when people lie. Like, I really get all kinds of undone. Like, don't even talk to me if you lie, because people have lied to me so much and twisted it and made me the bad guy. And I'm like, I don't lie. Like, don't. Like, you might ask me, you know, how do I look? And you might look a little rough, and I may be like, oh no, you look good. You're fine. Like, because I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I'm never gonna like lie for any other thing other than to protect your feelings a little. But I mean, you're gonna, if you can, like, you'll see it. Like, you'll see it if, like, I don't know how to lie. I could never be an actor because I can't, and I'll just be like, no, you'll see it, it's phony. Like, I'll be like, no, you look good. No, I mean, you know, maybe if you know, but I'm gonna say it in the nicest possible way. But if you corner me, like, I'll tell you, but I'll be like, well, those, like, you know, Dale would try to wear orange and blue because some team was wearing orange and blue. I'm like, Dale, like a rust orange and like a medium blue. No, like, don't, no, you need to, let's find you a different shirt. Like, that's not a good look, right? But I mean, I don't go and say, no, you look like trash. Like, I would never, unless if I'm really mad at you, then I'll be like, if you've pushed me and like then I might be blunt with you, but I'm just gonna be blunt with you. I'm not gonna be hateful. Anyways, you guys, yeah, you know, and here's another God thing. Do you know that I checked my account at that moment when that police officer was standing there and my tax return had come in? And I went and I found a place. It was for rent. I asked the lady, and of course the guy that I was with didn't pay anything. And he drank a lot, like he was drunk half the time. I'm like, and then he would make himself so undone. He would throw up, and I'm like, dude, that's a deal breaker. Like, it's just not okay. No, no, if you throw up that easy, no, no. We went to Quaker Steak and Lobe, and he had the suicide wings that you had to sign up. He went to the bathroom because they were so hot. I'm scared to try it because of this. And he went to the bathroom, and then he came back, and was supposedly I didn't even look. Throw up on his shirt or his sweater, and he's like, we gotta go. I just made a mess in the bathroom. I was so appalled. I would never, I would be in there cleaning it. I also had a gynecological, where they had to take a sample to test it or whatever, and she nicked something. Oh, that hurt. I don't ever want another one of those again. And she's like, oh, sorry. I nicked something. You're gonna, bleed a lot. It's okay. Just leave it. We'll clean it up or what. You guys, that was not okay. I sat there and I cleaned it all. No one else is touching my blood. That's horrible. And when I had my son, and I got up and there was a gush of blood or whatever, and I had the epidural, so it was hard, and I was trying to clean it up, and she wouldn't let me. She wouldn't let me. She's like, no, this is my job. I'm okay with this. Go to the bathroom, and it's fine. And then I just couldn't go to the bathroom, and then they had to do a catheter. It was a horrible experience. But you guys, what was my point of all of that? I just don't even know of all of the points of that. I don't even know why I went. I can't lie. What time is it? Oh, it's 8 o'clock. To be continued. Okay, so I got interrupted and I'm back another day. But I just wanted to share too that so my dad, my adopted dad, he had a lot of good traits. He was the one that would always clean the house. He would help me clean my room when I was a teenager. Like I said, he would eat stuff that I just couldn't possibly eat, that my mom was trying to force me to eat. And so, he had good traits, but so I kind of identify a little bit with Carrie in Stephen King's Carrie, and how her mom was religious, and not that I wasn't, but her mom, had that religious thing, in that if you've ever seen or read Carrie. But then her mom didn't really explain to her about becoming a woman and things that happen to you. And neither did my mom. And unfortunately, the school that I went to was a Christian school, but we didn't get that education till 7th grade. Well, for me, unfortunately, it was the summer between 6th and 7th. And I was at camp, and the event happened, and I didn't know what was happening, and it was scary. I was embarrassed. I just didn't understand, didn't want to talk to anybody about it, because I'm like, what is going on? Is this normal? Am I dying? And then I get home, and my mom, she made this huge deal about it. I was embarrassed and confused, and my mom, oh, this is so wonderful, and she made me go tell my dad. And he made a big deal about it, but after that point, then my dad got a little weird. Granted, he was abused when he was growing up. By his parents. And so my dad had like this heart thing where he had like a stent or whatever put in, 3 stents, and I had like a triple bypass or something. He was in the hospital, and then I guess after that he had issues with their intimacy. I don't know how to say this without being graphic, or just my mom used to like to humiliate him and just laugh and mock and joke in front of people, like just make him feel so small about it instead of, I don't. And then after that, my dad would be like, well, I wish you could help me out. And I'm thinking, or like I would try something on and he'd make me turn around, and I was like, this is like uncomfortable. But I mean, it had only been like that. And then of course, he babysat the kids for me, but nothing crazy happened with Cassie, but Eric. They lived in a new place, and my dad would come to the door with just a shirt on, and it wouldn't go down and cover things up, and he had nothing on underneath. I tried to ignore it the first 2 times, like maybe he just doesn't understand, but I was angry the second time, or the third time. After the second time, I was angry, and I said, don't ever do that again. And he didn't. But it was just awkward, that kind of thing. And so the kids, my ex is in this halfway house in the woods, and this cat had kittens, and so they had 3 kittens, and of course, you know, Cassie and AJ and Eric all needed a kitten, so they got kittens. 2 of them are really hyper, like get all up in the walls, climb up curtains, like they were wild. And I just was at a point in my life where I just couldn't handle it. And so I asked my ex to please, you know, just find another place for this cat, because I can't handle it. One of the cats, well, 2 of them. Cassie's cat was fine. She was normal. She wasn't all hyper and stuff. And I feel really bad at the time. I feel really bad because if I'd have just dealt with it, I wasn't in the emotional state. I mean, I was still attempting to take my life, to escape. Like, I was just in a very just dark place. And I mean, you have to be in an extremely dark place to do something like that. And so he tried to catch the one. I was at work, and my ex tried to catch the one kitten. Obviously, it's gonna get scared. It was in AJ's room, and it crawled under a dresser. And at this point, my ex got angry, and when he gets angry, he kind of sees red. So he got a hammer, and when the kitten popped its head out, he smashed it in the head with the hammer in front of AJ. And when I got home, he of course had to tell me about it, like, hey, you know, I got rid of it for you. And made me look out the window, and he had it was a 2nd floor apartment that we were living in. And he made me look out the window and saw this poor, you know, bloody kitten. I might have been like 6 months old. Then, because of that, and I was very upset, I asked my dad, could you just take the other one, and maybe, I hate that I was this person, because normally I wouldn't be this person. But I'm like, can you drop it off at a farm or something? Just, I can't handle it. Like, the one that my ex Did that too. I mean, I set it outside because I was angry at it, thinking when I calmed down I could open the door and it would still be there. It climbed up on our roof. We had this huge steep roof, and I was like, this cat is crazy, you know, like you just need to give it away to a friend or something. Like, I didn't expect, if I had known he was gonna do that, I of course wouldn't have suggested. I'd have done it myself. Well, my dad went over when I was working and got the other kitten, Eric's, and didn't do what I asked. He took it to his place, which there's a creek out back, and he drowned it. And I asked him, like, what'd you do with that kitten? And he's like, oh, I drowned it. And I was like, and I got angry. I'm like, I didn't ask you to destroy the animal. I asked you to take it someplace. Why didn't you just take it someplace? So there's that. Yeah, so I don't think I have to tell all of the things. Like, I just don't think I have to. And then my ex, when Dale and I were together, and he was fighting me for custody, and he was talking Eric into doing, like, you know, if you can get your mom to do 50-50 custody, and he was making me the bad guy, and of course Eric was good sometimes, and sometimes he wasn't. Like, we would have to go, I mean, here, I'm sure it's like that everywhere, but here, if your kid doesn't go to school, like, you can go to jail. Well, I wasn't about that life. So if he wasn't getting up, like, we would call the truancy officer. The truancy officer come over. We had called the cops once. Like, it was an event. And just because he was trying to act up because his dad wanted him to, so that I would give up, still at that same time, like, Cassie had gone to her dad's because he had certain visitation times, and she was with a friend that lived over there close by, and it was time to take the friend home. So, which her dad should have had Cassie in the car, you know, just for appropriate. But anyways, so he just took the friend home, and on the way home to taking the friend home, he said what a bitch Cassie was being. And of course the friend tells Cassie, and Cassie got so mad. And then she wouldn't talk to her dad. And that friend happened to be over at our place, and her dad was trying to talk to Cassie, and she was angry at him. And her and her friend were trying to walk home or something, or they went downtown. I don't exactly know, but I mean, Cassie was like high school at this time. And so then I get this call at work, and she's like frantic. She's like terrified. They're hiding in the bushes at one of the churches, wanting me to come get them because her dad was stalking them, and said to Cassie, if you don't, because we couldn't have pets at our house, and said, if you don't call me, if you don't talk to me, I'm taking your cat Coco to the Humane Society. Cassie, didn't talk to him, and he took the cat to the Humane Society. and he didn't want to pay. And he told them, if you don't take this cat, I'm going to shoot it in the head, right? I'm going to shoot it in the head. So they took the cat. Then, in his crazy mind, he thinks he can go back down there and get the cat. Well, of course, they weren't going to let him have it. He threatened to shoot it. And then he puts his brother up to it. Well, you both have the last name Johnson, of course. They're going to put the two together, look you up, wouldn't let him have it. We couldn't take it. We had the bird, but I mean, the bird isn't going to ruin a place like a cat or a dog would. So, I mean, we kind of broke the rules, but it was a bird. So, yeah, we went to go see the cat at the Humane Society. But Cassie still will cry about that. Like, she loved that cat. And unfortunately, I don't know if the cat passed away because nobody wanted her or somebody got her. Okay, that still destroys Cassie about that cat. Yeah, so that's the type of person that he is. And apparently that's the type of people my parents are. Thank God for my grandparents. So then, finally, I think Eric, I mean, as a parent, like, sometimes you smack your kid, not like beat them, but you get angry and you smack them, and out of frustration, like, I was like, I'm not going to jail, I have to go to work, he's not getting up, he's just being defiant with Eric. Well, then he called the police or whatever, and I was like, okay, you know what, I'm done. I'm done trying to protect you from your dad. If you want to go that bad, I'm done. Fine, I will sign 50-50 custody. It's not worth, legal trouble, record, children and youth, whatever. Fine. You want that? And so he had to find out the hard way. As soon as we had moved here, and so Eric had a place at his dad's the whole time. Well, then we moved here. He's like, well, your mom can take the dogs now, which we could, but Major was already like not well because he had left them out in a garage. Or that poor German Shepherd was in like a crate. Most of the time, and he was the sweetest guy. But I mean, he was already like, we got him, and not long after he started going blind, and then he got real skinny. He'd eat, he'd throw up, and he was skinny. I think he was just sick, like, I don't know if it was cancer. And then being a German Shepherd, he jumped out 2-story windows twice because he would get scared, and they'd crate him, and he'd escape the crate. And then my ex didn't like screw in the air conditioners like we do, and he pushed out the air conditioner and jumped out like 2-story windows like twice onto the pavement, like the pavement driveway. So by the time I got him, and being in a garage and everything, he had hip problems, and he got to where he couldn't hardly walk. He couldn't support himself to go to the bathroom, and he was just falling apart. And then, lucky me, I had to make the decision to put him down, because I mean, I tried, you guys, but he was like skin and bones, and I'm like, this is not a quality of life. Like, he can't even go to the bathroom. And then we had Lexi for a little bit longer. I mean, she always had, I swear, cancer, like these bumps and things. But she was old, and she got to where she couldn't hardly breathe, and she would do this when she's walking. She was blind, and I got them on their last leg, and I guess, I mean, I hate the sad part. I hate being responsible to put them down. And of course I got that part. Where was I going with that? Oh, and then, so Eric thought he was gonna get to be with his dad, and then his dad gets a girlfriend who has a grandson and that she's taking care of because her daughter, I think, did drugs and stuff, and of course her grandson and I think a granddaughter, they had custody of the grandson. I don't know how that all worked out. I'm not involved enough with his stuff to pay attention or get invested emotionally, but unfortunately, like, the grandson had like a disability, I think, from the drugs and the alcohol, and anyway, so he became fixated on this kid. He's older now, and stopped wanting to have anything to do with Eric, and brought all of Eric's stuff here, and dropped it off, and took Eric's room and turned it into a room for this kid. And Eric's cat that was over there, of course, like, they didn't seem to want it anymore, and Cassie was moving to Maryland, and so Cassie took that cat. That's how Cassie ended up with Fluffy. So yeah, Eric had to learn the hard way that it's like, you know, I mean, now they joke about how bad their dad is and stuff, and it's like, you know, I can't be the one to tell you. You kind of have to figure it out on your own. Like, I don't want you to not have a relationship with your father, because as crazy as he is, I also know what it's like not to have a dad. So I didn't actually meet my birth father until I was 21, and then they created contact with me. And so it was really nice to get to know that part of my family, and I know what it was like when my mom had kept my birth father out of all of the pictures, and so I didn't know what he looked like until I was at my grandparents, and my grandma was going through stuff, and I saw a wedding picture of my parents, and that's the first time I saw what my birth father looked like. Picture. I was like I look a lot like them. It's kind of weird. Yeah, so there's that. When I was living in Russell on my own, my ex trying to get me back, he kept calling the people that had my car, because we had been married, even though the car was in my name, like, we had been married and obviously gotten a divorce. Well, they kept calling him, and if I was late on my payment, and he kept trying to have it repossessed, but of course I wasn't like 3 months behind or anything, so they couldn't. And then when I was sleeping one night, he siphoned gas out of my car and filled it with water in my gas tank, and I started off to go to work, and my car broke down. So yeah, I called Dale, and I had to pay to get it towed, and I was like, I'm gonna lose my job. So during that time that Eric was very difficult, we had gone to Maine, and my favorite place was going to Bar Harbor. Well, not necessarily Bar Harbor, Acadia National Park. and I would go sit on the rocks there by Thunderhole, my spot. And it's just, that's all I wanted to do. It brought me such peace and such happiness in just 15 minutes there. You know, and so Eric being difficult at the time, it was 3 a.m. and he was still up and he wouldn't go to sleep in the hotel room. And I knew he wasn't gonna get up and we weren't gonna get to go. And I just started crying, like went into the hotel bathroom and was crying. I started listening to this song. It's Rob Thomas, it's Pieces. And I literally just sang that to God, and if you listen to it, you'll understand the words, but I literally made just me and God moment. Well, we didn't go in the morning, but we did end up going to Acadia. I mean, not at like 8 in the morning, but at one point we did get to go. Like Dale had talked to Eric, and we did go. And you guys, remember I said I always wanted to get a starfish, find a starfish in a tide pool, and rescue it and throw it back in the ocean. That day that I had, just cried my heart out to God and just kept listening to this song Pieces by Rob Thomas on repeat, and just was just mentally like emotionally having God hug me, as I fell apart, and it's just the one thing that I wanted, like why? Crying and stuff, and we went there, and it was like one of the last times we went to Maine. I looked in a tide pool, and lo and behold, there's a starfish. And I couldn't believe it. God let there be a starfish, a live starfish. And I picked it up and I exclaimed. And of course, Eric was holding it. But then these 2 little kids, because I was like, oh my gosh, a starfish. Well, then I couldn't believe it. And then, of course, these 2 little kids came over, wanted to see it, wanted to hold it. Well, then it was starting to kind of like crinkle up a little bit. And Eric, he's super smart. He was like, that kind of means that the starfish is dying. It needs to be put back in water. I was like, oh. And so put it back in the water, was taking pictures, because I was like, oh my gosh, they're going to run off with the starfish. This is my starfish. God brought the starfish to me. Like, I don't mind you looking at it, but it's my starfish. I found it. It was my dream. So, I let them hold it, go show their parents, whatever, and then they brought it back. And so put it in the water, took pictures and stuff, and I said, Eric, go throw that back into the ocean. And so we did, and we rescued the starfish, and it's that moment that I thought my world had fallen apart, and I just sat in that moment with God, why? And lo and behold, the next day, a dream come true. We found a starfish. So, when my grandparents lived in Kentucky, we us kids, my cousins, my 4 cousins, and me, my uncle had taken us to the mall just because, you know, something to do. And we were in an arcade, and my Rich and Rob were older than me, like a couple years, and then Jamie was like a year or 2 younger than me, and of course Ryan was littler. So Jamie and I were together with Ryan. At the time I was like, oh, we get stuck with Ryan. Like, we always wanted to play, and we'd try to get him to go away so we could play, but of course, who else was he gonna play with? But so we were at the mall, and Rich and Rob were on their own, but this girl had come up to me, and she's dressed all in black, and she's like a teenager, and she said, can you help, like, we lost my dog. Can you come out to the van with us and help me look for my dog? And of course, I wanted to help them look for the dog. They targeted me. They sure did target me. Thank God that I just had the presence of mind to be like, yeah, they were like, can you hurry? And I was like, yeah, I gotta ask my uncle, because I can't just go with you, because he would be really worried. So I've got to ask my uncle. And they're like, no, you don't understand, we have to hurry. And I was like, yeah, I can't, like, I have to ask my uncle. I turned around to go ask my uncle, and they left. They disappeared. So I was telling my mom, I was like, that's so weird, because all I said was I had to go ask my uncle. And I was telling my uncle about it, and then they of course told my mom about it. And here my mom, and I think she was right, I think they were trying to abduct me. And being all in black, I'm like, are they satanic? Like, what is going on? Of course, I was too naive to pick up on it, but I was probably in, 5th, 6th grade. I might have been in 7th grade. Right around that time, they were in Kentucky. Probably 7th grade, now that I think about it. Between 6 and 7. It was after we went to Disney. So, and we went to Disney between 5th and 6th grade. So, yeah. So it could have been 6th, 7th grade. But anyways, so there's that. God, kept me from getting abducted and who knows what. That was the 80s, that whole satanic panic thing. Just trying to make sure. So, here's a couple things. So with my ex, just to kind of describe some more what he was like. So there was, when I had my kids, like, I wanted to be kind of a stay-at-home mom for a while. And so, like, tried to stay at home with Eric for a while. And like I said, he was a roofer, a contractor, mostly a roofer during the time I was with him. And so I'd be like, hey, I need like feminine products or hairspray or shampoo or deodorant or razors. And he'd be like, okay, like, come pick up shingles, and then, you can earn the money. I had this baby, like, and so I would have to put Eric in his car seat, and thank God he was good for me. I had to put him in his car seat and take him along on the job and just be covered in like dirt and filth. Well, Eric's there in a car seat picking up shingles just to get necessary items, necessities. So I've always felt like I had to pay everything myself. And it makes me uncomfortable. I mean, I was with the guy since I was like 19, so, I didn't get with Eric or Dale till I was like 33. So it's like, it was just so ingrained into my psyche that I just don't like to ask for things. And if I do, it's like, I'll pay you back. Like, it's hard for me to receive things because that was, I don't know, something you made me work for. Just necessities, just day-to-day things, not even like, hey, I like something. So I always felt like I had to have a job when I could, so that I had that freedom to at least buy things that I wanted or liked. And yeah, so when I was having, well, he was cheating on me, but he of course made me think I was crazy with AJ's mom. And I would, you know, had to become a really good detective and try to get ahead of him and catch him. So if my naivety when I'm like 20 years old, thinking, well, if I have a baby like he and her did, then he'll love me. I just wanted someone to love me. So got pregnant. Thought that would solve things. And at the, you know, went to the sonogram or whatever, and of course he didn't go. And I went home and said, it's a girl. And he was like, what? And I'm like, it's a girl. And he was not happy. Like, he was kind of pissed off about it until she was born. And it ruined it for me. Like, I'm like, well, I'm happy. Like, but then when she was born, then he fell in love with her, and it was like the apple of his eye and whatever. But I'm just like, so then when I ended up getting pregnant with Eric, I didn't want to know if it was a boy or a girl, because at that time he wanted a girl, and I thought, what if it's a boy? Like, I don't want to go through that again. So I wasn't gonna find out until he was born, and then of course it was a boy. Yeah, and so I got one of each. I was happy. But yeah, like, it's that kind of thing. Like, why are you mad? It's a girl. Like, so when I was in school, of course I went to a Christian school, and we had this teacher. He taught several math classes, and I mean, nice guy, but he, like, I don't know, it was like inappropriate sharing. So at the time it was like biology, and he started going on and on about dating his wife in college and their sex life and stuff, and I was like, we're in Christian school and you're supposed to be teaching us about biology, and here you are going on about like stuff I don't want to know about your sex life with your wife. And I got angry and I got up, you know, timid, quiet Melissa, there was only 10 of us in her class, and I got up and I left class and I went to study hall. I wasn't putting up with that. Like, it was inappropriate and unnecessary, and I was angry, and I just took a stand and I left class. And of course everybody was like, whoa, you know, like, I'm like, hey, you know, maybe in a Christian school you shouldn't be talking about that stuff. Like, I don't want to hear it. You should be teaching us biology. And we had to pay to go there. So I think my parents at the time paid like $180 a month. And here this guy is talking. God bless him, but he needed friends to talk about stuff with, not share that stuff in class. Oh yeah, back to my ex. So he would go through these, well, he always felt like he you know, had a relationship with God. He was going to go to church, listen to Christian music, blah, blah, blah. And of course, he went to Dale's church for a while. And he had bought the kids, Eric, Cassie, and Eric was little. Eric, Cassie, AJ, and himself crosses, and didn't buy me one. I was like, really? So then I had to go to Sam's Club, and I saved up some money, and I bought myself a diamond cross, like a little diamond cross. But yeah. And then we had gotten with those friends that we're no longer friends with, just stuff that happened that we were friends with at the time with Ursula, and I'll go into more detail about that when I talk about Ursula, but their one daughter was sick and in the hospital a lot, and I just felt like God had told me to give her my cross necklace. And I did. I took it off and I put it around her neck. Part of me is like, I want my cross back. I worked really hard to get that for myself. And then I had to give it away. And I was just like, you know, I'm waiting for God to give that back to me. But it's been 6 years now. I'm gonna have to buy myself another one, I guess, if I want one. And I bought non-diamond, but there was something about the fact that it was a diamond. I don't know. But I obeyed, I listened like I am now, as uncomfortable as all of this is. But I think that gives you enough detail. I mean, there's other things, but I feel like I've said enough. That I just don't have to just totally tell all of the things. I mean, that's enough for you to get the point of the story. But yeah, I mean, the most important part of my story is that you get to these places and God was all I had. And so, I mean, I get to this point whenever I face anything that I'm like, you know, like, it doesn't matter what people think of me. God knows me. God knows my heart. And if the whole world hates me, if the whole world misunderstands me, if the whole world is gonna just abuse me and take advantage of me and just be cruel to me, it doesn't matter because I have God. And God will always take care of me. And so yeah. And then having met God, like, it's something I will never, ever, ever forget. And you can't meet God like that, Michael. I mean, you can't meet God like that and not treat people the way that He treats you. And so it's always been my mantra to, I mean, how would I want to be treated? And so I just treat people like that. Like, I show them compassion. You know, I don't dismiss people right away. I don't make fun of them. I'm human. I have my moments where I'm like, you know, like when the kids are making fun of their dad or something, I'm like, oh gosh. Like, you know, the eye rolls and things. But it's not like I don't like that person and I just make fun of them or I'm just cruel. Like, I give people a lot of chances just because I know what it's like. In school, like, well, I mean, so I have another video I want to do, and I'll just go into detail about that in that video, but what I learned from the movie Wicked, and why it touched me in such a way, just because, yeah, I'll talk about that another time, but yeah, so I hope that you understand that no matter what you go through, that God is real and God loves you. And I hope that you know I remember being so angry at God and telling Him, I hate you. I mean, I didn't deep down mean it, but I was so angry. And when I saw Him, He still showed me this enormous amount of compassion and love. And it's like it didn't matter. He just, I mean, you guys, it's literally like nothing you'll ever feel here, ever. I I wish that everybody could know that and not have to learn it the hard way or miss out on it. Granted, I know having taken that many pills, people could be like, you were hallucinating. No, I've actually taken too many sleeping pills, and that had a real hallucination. And it's like your brain knows the difference. Like my brain knew that that was a hallucination. That was yucky. I never did that again. It was completely different. Like it was so vivid. Like it was, I have the scar on my shin. Like it happened. It happened. And I know you could say near death, but I was awake. Like I went down the stairs. Like I have he told me, and I was down there. Even though I don't necessarily remember that part, I remember him helping me up the stairs, gashing my leg, laying back down thinking, I'm still alive, and then God shows up. Like I was awake. I wasn't sleeping. It wasn't a dream. He verified it, and what he said, I have the scar. It happened. It wasn't a hallucination. And it's okay that people don't believe. It's okay. Maybe it's okay to be on whatever part of the journey that you're on. I wish that, I guess it's my hope that you guys kind of feel God, just a glimmer of God through the way that I treat people, in the kindness that I show, in the compassion that I show, in the gentleness that I show. I mean, I'm human, I have limits, but in the grace that I show, I hope that you see just a glimmer, just a glimmer of what God is like. Because it was everything to me. And then everything that he's done after, like I know it's him, and I've always had this relationship with God. So I've always known he was there, and he's not some scary guy up in the sky. He's not someone I just go dress up and see on Sunday. Like, he's always here. Like here. Like not far away and God, no, like he's here. Like I can feel him. I guess in my story I wanted to point out too, like it's a weird experience to hear things audibly to you, and that you're the only one that can hear it, and but yet it's it's telepathic. It's weird. That must be what heaven is like, is a lot of telepathic. I don't know. And I have like an Ursula story that is like that too, when we get to her story. I know your voice. It's not like it was just certain moments in my life that were pivotal. It's not like I hear them all the time, like that. Or like I'll have a dream and I'll be like, yeah, God, I know that was you. But when, I think I expressed this, but if I didn't, I knew it wasn't an angel. I knew it wasn't even Jesus. Like I knew it was God. And I'll never forget believing Satan when he said, see, even God doesn't want you, and be like, yeah, maybe that's why he's not taking me. And I swear that that's why I saw God, is because he wasn't about to let me believe it. Like we didn't come this far for me to believe that lie. And if you ever read the extra biblical text of Adam and Eve, I highly recommend the Joseph Lumpkin version, because the professor, because he ties in the biblical, historical, professor type things with it. But it's very special to me because I identified with it so much. Like Adam and Eve in their naivety, believe Satan, partook of the the fruit from the knowledge of good and evil, tree of life or whatever. And after God kicked them out, they were like, oh, I'm sorry, like, and they would just cry and be like, we just want to go back. And God's like, you can, but all of this stuff needs to happen first before you can return. And that I've always, you guys, okay. So like I started like this eye-awakening journey, I guess, of just during those times when I was trying to escape, just saying to God, I just want to be you and me in the Garden of Eden. That's all I want. That was perfect. That was perfection. And then I got to where I was like, it's in my heart and my soul that I believe that a return to the Garden of Eden is heaven. It was perfect. Like I didn't even get a chance not to mess it up. And it got all messed up and I didn't even get to experience it. And I was just like, God, that was beautiful. Like I want the animals, you, me and the animals. Like that's all I want. I don't need people. I don't need anything else. And I craved it. And then, it became this relationship where I would ask God things and he would kind of show me things. So here we are. I think it was just last year when I read Adam and Eve. And to me, it kind of confirms my theory or just my heart's desire, because God would say to them, you can go back when I say it's time, but not now. And they would throw, kind of like me, they would throw themselves off of mountains and die, and God would bring them back and be like, okay, like, or they would fast like over 40 days and starve themselves to death and die, just trying to get God's attention. And then God would bring them back, and he had so much compassion and love and grace. And I was like, that's my experience. That's identically my experience. Like to the point that it makes me emotional. Like I'm like 100%. That is exactly how God is. Like I'm not even joking. That's my identical experience. And they just kept whining and crying. And at one point, God puts them in this cave and gives them stuff to protect them because Satan keeps tricking them. Because he dressed in, he really did kind of seem like an angel at times, and they were so naive and innocent. Well, why wouldn't they be? It's just them and God and their kids, basically, and Satan. And so they get tricked several times, then they fall for it, and then God is like, why did you do that? And then he would just show them grace, love, and compassion, no matter how many times that they would just whine and cry and just be so undone before God. And God would be like, you can, but not right now. And they would do everything they could to get back in there, in the garden, because they didn't want to accept that. Like they missed it so much, because that was paradise, and then here they are in this cave in the rest of the world. And it wasn't that. And they're just like, it's kind of like me and Cheeto, where I just want to make it right, and I can't. So, I get it. I get how they felt. And I have tried to die many times. I don't know if that's what they thought would get them back, or they just couldn't take it anymore. They couldn't live life if they couldn't be in the garden. It's kind of cute, but it's literally my story. And I'm not kidding you. God is so just patient, long-suffering. Like, love is patient, love is kind, love is gentle, love is, all of that. That is God. And you see it in story form in Adam and Eve. And I'm telling you, I experienced it. I experienced it firsthand. There's other stuff like in there, it kind of fills in blanks, like about why God didn't accept Cain's offering, but he did Abel. It was like, okay, this makes sense. Like, this fills in parts of the story that were missing for me. With Noah, and like how God had told Seth, like, which was Adam and Eve's son, like in his descendants or whatever, don't let them go down with the Canaanites, because they're not okay. Like, stay here. And Seth would keep telling them, and they would see the Canaanites having this. If you've ever seen the movie Noah with Russell Crowe, if you read the book of Enoch and you read Adam and Eve, you'll understand why Noah is the way that it is, and it fills in all the blanks where you're like, I don't remember that in the Bible. It's in Adam and Eve, and it's in Noah. I kid you not. And that movie makes so much more sense. But that movie caused my daughter to become vegetarian. I even tried vegan for a while, but I missed meatballs, and then I fell off the wagon. That was a side point, but so they would see these Canaanites, and I get the flashbacks in my head from the movie Noah, which is such a good movie. But the Canaanites basically see the Seth's descendants or whatever. They're up here, and they see all of the Canaanites having parties and stuff, and they're like, I want to be part of that. I don't want to miss out. And so they go down, and then they never come back. And they get wayward or whatever. They become part of that, and you're like, and it ends up being just Enoch, Noah, and Seth dies, and then of course Enoch dies, and then it's just Noah. And that's why, because Noah was the only one who wasn't going down with the Canaanites having a great big party, thinking life is grand for all the bad stuff that they're doing. I mean, also, if you know the rest of the story, so Genesis 6:1 is the sons of God came down and got with the daughters of men and had children or whatever. And you're like, what in the world does that mean, until you read Enoch, book 1. I don't recommend book 2. I started that, and it just didn't feel the same, and I was like, I don't like this one. So you understand that it's the angels that fell, and how they had lusted and procreated with the human women, and created offspring that were half angelic, half human. If you watch, there's a guy, Gary Wayne, and I like to watch him. He does the Genesis 6 conspiracy, and he has the Genesis 6 conspiracy too, and he gets all the research, like the deep research, and you find out that offspring are thought to be like the Greek gods. You guys, that's like way out there. That's not my thing to do. It's very fascinating. And so basically the point of the Noah story is that then the offspring start to destroy everything. And you see that in the movie Noah. They start just devouring, animals haphazardly, and then people haphazardly, and they're just, and God regrets the whole thing, and then spares Noah because he's the only one that didn't become a part of it, Noah and his family. And then, and of course Enoch went up to be with God without dying. His grandfather, great-grandfather, I think it's his grandfather, Trey Smith also does an amazing video about the flood and Noah and all that stuff. I mean, he does amazing work too. So you can look him up. He does really good stuff. But on that biblical research tangent that most people don't get into, but I love to pick the brain of God. So like, I'll ask God, like, why wasn't Cain's, it wasn't explained, but then when you read Adam and Eve, you understand that Adam and Eve were kind of afraid of Cain. And he was just angry, like angry. And they got to where they were afraid of him. And Abel was so pure, just pure in spirit. And he would always, not really mimic, but I mean, he wanted to be just like Adam and just, you know, seek God with like this pure heart. And, you know, he just, yeah. And so Cain got jealous of it and let the anger turn into whatever. I don't know. Demonic? I don't know. It just, it got really ugly and just he ended up killing Abel. But the reason why God accepted Abel's fruit sacrifices versus Cain's, I'm just like, you know, an offering is an offering. Like, I don't understand. But yeah, I get it after I read Adam and Eve, if that makes sense. I don't know, you guys, I really like that book. Maybe because I identified with it. So much. And just God's patience. So I hope that you feel God's patience and you have no idea. No idea. Like, I'm just, what I try to do, and I can't not. When you're touched by God like that, you can't not. And when you've been through so much trauma, you can't not be kind to people. I mean, you can't help it. You want to give what you never got, and you want to show people, if you only had just a hint, a whisper of what God is like, it's way beyond. He sits on a throne in robes and he's all like, he's way beyond that. Like, I don't know. I just, hopefully in my story, you can at least see the love, the long suffering, the patience, the gentleness, the peace that God gives. Like, when he gives you peace, like, it's peace. It's, I'm telling you, it's gonna be great. And then it's kind of hard to stay here when you've experienced that too. So don't wish for it, because it's kind of hard to be like, everything else is just, it's just way not that. And so you get disappointed a lot. But yeah, I really like to pick God's brain and be like, why? And so, like, I'll ask Dale questions, like, because he's got the doctorate in biblical theology, you know. I'm like, so did God ever kill angels? And he's like, no one ever. I never thought that. That thought never occurred to me. And, like, no one has ever asked me that. And I'm like, these are the thoughts that I have. Like, these really in-depth, detailed, like I try to figure out why God does what he does. I don't know why that matters to me, but it does. Like, I just like to learn him. I guess if you have a friend, you want to know all about them, or, you know, a husband or wife or children, you just want to know all about them. So I'm always trying to figure his brain out, like how he thinks, and I don't know, that's fun to me. And, you know, trying to figure out the pieces of the Bible that don't make sense, or trying to connect the dots, or, so I do all kinds of stuff that most people don't, and that's okay. It's just, I'm like, I know the general stories, like I've heard it my entire life. I want more. So that's why I go kind of like, whoa. Most people are like, that's a lot. Like Dale hasn't even finished reading Adam and Eve, and he hasn't read Enoch. He's read parts of it, but like I'm like, and then I get annoyed with him. I'm like, why don't you want to know? Like, I want someone to know so that we can have these conversations, and no one wants to do that with me. It's so frustrating. It's just me. And waiting for God to show me something. But he usually will lead me to things and like research kind of things and in bunny trails and rabbit holes, and I'll be like, oh, okay, this is all making sense, you know. So to me it's fun. Not doing crazy things, to letting God show me things. I don't have to. If you know Enoch, like the fallen angels came down and taught us all the bad things that we weren't supposed to know. And so I don't need to still try to do that. Yeah, I just prefer God to show me. And a lot of times, well, I'll get into that when I talk about Ursula's story, because that kind of ties into that. But yeah, I trust God a lot. And oh, maybe I should do a separate video on that too. I do have a really interesting story, you guys. I can kind of allude to it a little bit. When we were in DC and we went into a museum, like one of the Smithsonian's. Well, okay, so of course, no one would want to go. Did I tell you this? I don't know if I told you this. Yeah, so Cassie and I needed to use the restroom, and the guys didn't really have to, and so no one wanted to go into the Asian museum, but we were behind them, and so like we could go in a back door. For some reason, this back side door was open, and we were walking by, and I was like, oh, that's a museum, like it's free, it's not like you have to pay to go in these. That's the cool thing about DC and the museums, the Smithsonian's. I was like, I'm just gonna go in here and go to the bathroom, and no one would have wanted to go in there anyway. Like, I love all that stuff, but of course, I mean, kids and my ex weren't into that. So, well, I walked by this gift shop. It had like all this Asian stuff, and I've always wanted a koi pond. I think I did talk about this. A koi pond. I wanted to swim with them and stuff. And so I go in there and I'm looking. I'm drawn to go in there. And I'm like, I know I've got to hurry. Like, I've got to hurry. And this book on the shelf about being happy. You know how miserable I was. Just so unhappy. And I saw about the ways to be happy. And it had like the happy chubby Buddha on the front. But it's like I was drawn to this book and to take it off the shelf. And I was like, I want to know how to be happy. And I look at it, and it's got the most beautiful, deep, like my brain thinks, like these deep thought, wisdom pieces that were just like a sentence. And I was like, oh, that's deep. No one ever talks like that. That's deep. It was Buddhist. And, but yet a lot of things that they said in that book related to the Bible. And when I do that video, you know, I was like, okay, so like I'm opening it, and I always do this thing like, God, if it's of you, let me receive it. If it's not of you, protect me. I approach everything like that. And so like I'm reading, and I know I'm running out of time, like they're gonna get impatient, like, and so I was just like, okay, so this kind of, and of course they did. They came in when I was getting ready to buy it, because I was like, I gotta hurry, and of course they came in looking for us because we were taking too long. And so I bought the book because I had to hurry. And then Cassie and I went to the bathroom because they were there and had no choice to go then to the bathroom and then leave. And then I remember getting back to the hotel room. I was kind of reading this book, and I wanted Starbucks. And of course, my ex doesn't like coffee. So he wasn't going to get Starbucks. And I was like, and so my stepson, AJ, he's like, I'll go with you. So do you want some coffee? He's like, no, I don't like coffee, but I'll go with you. And I was like, oh. So he did. He went down with me to go get Starbucks, and I came back. I'm like, you sure you don't want, you just wanted to go with me to be nice. And so, yeah, so I got my Starbucks, and I was sitting in the bed in the hotel room, and I was reading through this thing. I read through it, like, the whole time. I was like, and so, like, that started my journey with the whole Buddhist philosophy, not as a religion, as a philosophy, into just, a lot of it I identified with Jesus. So I'll do a separate video about that, and why, like, I like to collect the Thai Buddhas, which are the thinner Buddhas. But yeah, so it's hard to tell this story in a huge, or without, and you guys, I didn't even get into some of the other abusive things by other people, sexual assault. So it just, yeah, I mean, that's just been a thing my whole life. Neighbors, ex-boyfriends, like, bosses, like, it's been a thing. Yeah, so, I mean, I think you get the gist. It's not just once, it's like a lot of things. So I get into a little bit with my dad, but that's just, and he didn't actually do anything, but it was just close enough. It's just inappropriate and uncomfortable. Yeah, I hope that this resonates with somebody out there. I hope this wasn't for just to completely embarrass Melissa. I hope that this is meaningful, and if need be, I hope that somebody, finds God or gets closer to God through this, because I'm proof, you guys. I'm living proof. I have the scar. I like have some here, but that's like the deep one. When I went to the hospital, the patients told me I did it wrong, and then told me how to do it. I was like, well, thanks. I don't think you're supposed to go around telling people the correct way to do it. I always saw it like this on TV, so that's how I thought you should do it, and it's not. And so they explained to me why, and I was like, oh. So, yeah, I have had a crazy, crazy life. It's darkness, but as much as I don't want to, go through the apocalypse or anything, because that movie, ever since I was like 3, you guys, it's traumatic to me, and it just looks scary and awful, and I don't want any part of it. And it gives me anxiety, and just, as much as when I was in 7th grade, I don't want to end up being machete or something. Like, I don't want a traumatic death. That's probably going to be the way that I die. I'm probably not going to get some peaceful thing where I, go to sleep and don't wake up. That's what, like, I wish. Yes, but this is temporary. I'm looking forward to eternity. I had a slight experience with it, and it's amazing, and it's beautiful, and I'm glad that's eternity. I wouldn't want to live here forever. I don't want to live to be 110. This is okay while it's here, and I'll be happy, and I'll enjoy my experience here while I can, but I'm ready to move on. And so it's difficult for me. Like Dale kind of likes to hang on to this because this is what he knows, and I'm like, you have no idea. You wouldn't be so, tooth and nail to hang on to this if you knew the other side, I guess. So, but it's, yeah. I had to think about this for a while. In Stephen King's book 11/22/63, it's about a time traveler. It's one of my favorite books ever, and it's not scary in the least, unless you think time travel is scary. This helped me a lot. So it's about this time traveler, and he goes back to try to fix, I don't know why he's trying to fix when Kennedy was assassinated. But he goes back trying to fix it, and each time he messes something up and he's unhappy with that, and then he goes back and then he tries again and fixes what he messed up. And I know I've explained this, that you're connected in so many ways, you shouldn't do that. And it really helped me understand if things, because there's some things where I'm like, oh, like if I had gone into debt and been a marine biologist, oh, how happy I might have been. Or, you know, if I hadn't have gotten with my ex and got with someone else, oh, how happy I would have been. No, like I wouldn't trade meeting God. I wouldn't trade Ursula. Because if I hadn't have gone on this path, then I may have never intersected with Ursula. I may have never met God. Like I wouldn't trade that. I wouldn't trade what I learned from that, what I experienced from that. I wouldn't trade the closeness that I have with God. I wouldn't trade the things that He's taught me thus far. I wouldn't trade it. As painful as all of that was, and as traumatic, and I still have the after effects of it all, I wouldn't trade it. You know, sometimes I wish, oh, what if I would have had a good mom, or, you know, better parents, or what if I had a relationship with my birth father, or, you know, I just wouldn't trade. I wouldn't trade where I'm at today. I'm grateful for where I'm at. Probably the only thing that I would trade, I should tell you the Cassie story too, hang on. I think I might have already. It's hard for me because I've done so many videos now with different days that I can't remember what I told you, what I didn't. When Cassie was a baby, like I babysat these people's daughter, and she's disturbed. She would like to play with a knife. She's carrying around a knife, and I don't like to yell at other people's kids. I don't feel like it's my job. I just feel like they should be respectful enough to listen if I ask them nicely, like. And I'd be like, you should put that down. She would listen. She was carrying around this knife, playing with this knife. I was like, oh, why didn't you want to hold Cassie? And I was like, well, okay. And we were outside. I think I did tell this, but it's hard for me to be like, did I rehearse telling this, or did I actually tell this? So I'll edit it out if I did. And so I let her hold Cassie, and I think it was kind of on purpose. I'm not in her mind, so it's hard to tell, but just from, she dropped Cassie, and Cassie was just maybe 6 months old, and she fell on the sidewalk, and I was like, what is happening? Like, is she injured? Is she gonna die? Like, did she have like a brain? Did you crack her skull? Like, and the dad picked Cassie up and gave her to me and was like, I'm so sorry. Of course, they never asked me to babysit again, thank God. Because I'm always a people pleaser and be like, okay, you know, even though I really don't want to. It's Gingy being a hall monitor, if you hear that. Yeah, so I took her to the hospital. Nothing was wrong with her. Nothing. Not a bruise, not a scratch, not a goose egg, nothing. It's just, God is good. Like, God is good. And you've got to put your faith in Him, and you've got to just believe that you got to let go. And it's hard. It took me a while to really understand it. And sometimes you have to get to that place where you have no choice. What else are you going to do except to just let go? But I mean, I've got to get to that place with Cheeto. He was on my screensaver, and I changed it. Because it's like, I feel like God is telling me, like, how do you know? Like, how do you know I didn't like it's this impression. It's not like I actually hear him audibly saying this. It's kind of like I have this feeling in my heart that's like, how do you know one of your neighbors wouldn't have poisoned him? And I rescued him from that. You know, yeah, it's not an ideal situation. I feel responsible, and I wish it wasn't my fault. And I wish I could change it. That I kind of wish that seems, in the grand scheme of life, that seems like something that would hurt anybody if I could go back and change it. Like you'll see if you ever read 11/22/63. Like I get why he wanted to fix things and why at one point what happens and he goes back and he just enough of trying to fix things. Enough, it is what it is. And he stops going back. Then you see the effects of what he had done, and you're just like, you just should have left it alone. Like God's plan is best. You just have to trust that he's looking out for you. And it may not, like Job, it may not seem like it, but he is. He's looking out for you. He knows what he's doing. Yeah. And then I feel like at times when Satan still doesn't listen to the rules and he kind of oversteps, that's when God is like, no. And he steps in, like in my case, and is like, I love you. Here I am. Let me show you. So I think there's those moments. I mean, at that time, I just really wanted to escape. And I remember thinking, well, if I jump off, I was at work and there's this parking garage and I was leaving work. And I remember I was up there and I was looking down thinking, well, I could jump. Would I die? And I was like, no. Like, I know God. Every bone in my body will be broken. Stop being a hall monitor. And I'll still be alive, and I'll just be in such misery. Probably Gingy. He's so mean. He sounds like rabid when he does that. Or like I thought about, like, what if I took a weapon? Obviously, you know, and I was like, but then I was like, no, I know God will intervene. He's done it 5,000 times. Yes, that's a hyperbole. I mean, I kind of did lose count. And I know, like, I'm just going to be missing part of my face or head, and I'm going to look ridiculous. Probably not be able to eat out of my mouth. And I'm still going to be alive, and I'm still going to have to tell people my story. Like, so I need to stop trying because it's obvious God is interfering. Yeah, so there's enough of my story. You get the point. And I'm always happy to share God with you guys. I'm always happy to really, if you message me and you really want, I will tell you just how amazing he is. I will. Because I know, like, I got lucky and I had the experience, so I'm happy to share it, that God is amazing. Amazing. And I wish y'all could get in my head and experience it. But just trust me when I tell you. And be careful what you wish for, because my mom, when I had told her, like, she had gotten this, she was jealous. And like she did with my animals, she contemplated drinking bleach. And then she didn't, and I was like, it wasn't the point. The point isn't, well, what can you do to experience that? It doesn't mean you're going to experience that. And maybe your purpose is done and then you just move on. Like, it's not something to be jealous of because it cost me a lot emotionally. And I have to deal with the CPTSD. I mean, it's just trust me. Trust me without going through all of that. Just trust me. Yeah, so that's the end of my story. That's enough of it. And we'll move on to Ursula. So I might take some time before I share that because this took a lot to do. But I need to do it and get this part of it done with. I think this was the important part anyway. And then the Ursula part is just, I just want people to know how amazing she was. And yeah, so, all right guys, thanks.